Let's see. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Are we live? We will find out. Oh, there's a video. We have audio. Wonderful. I hope this is actually the correct camera and not my laptop camera, which is apparently on the floor. So if you're seeing my crotch, I'm really sorry, and I'm trying to figure out what to do. Hooray! Hello, Biggest. Hello, Apollo. Hello, Ida. Hello, Jin. Yes, a morning for you, isn't it? Hooray! Good that you can see actually, hopefully, the part that you want to see. Yeah, it's sorry, it's been a bit chaotic for all kinds of reasons that we don't want to get into too deeply. Anyway, let's get this started by doing the thing. Cheers, everybody. How are you all doing on this wonderful Sunday now that March is going on and you know it is März, which I guess is appropriate and all of that. All right, I've just handed over the hammer of power to another person, so we have people to make sure that anti-Semites get the thing that they deserve, which is, of course, the hammer. And I think now we're all ready to go. Hey, Kadia, you should now have, the ban hammer. I hope you use it wisely, by which I mean, I don't know, ban someone. Hello, Jerome. I am not Matt. I am sorry to say that. Hey, Alex. It is the evening. And thank you so much, Alex, for that wonderful super chat. I'm learning to use these kind of chat things. I do very much appreciate it, though. So, how's everyone doing? It's yeah, it's Sunday, the 2nd of March. I am as wrecked as one can be. I was at a birthday party yesterday of some friends. A couple, they got married, and turns out their birthdays are like 5 days apart, which makes celebrating everything together incredibly useful, and it was fun. And then after like 3 hours of sleep, I got up at like 8-ish this morning and took a train back home, and then I wanted to do like all kinds of productive things, and instead, I listened to some Night Flight Orchestra and some Eclipse and drank beer, and all my neighbors listened to Night Flight Orchestra and Eclipse as well, which I'm sure they really, really appreciate. Now it's a super sunny day. It was a super sunny day, and that means it's spring, and that means I'm once again dreaming about using curls for my hairs and shaving my beard and having a mustache and wearing spandex and becoming all glam rock for you. Which I usually don't do because it's too much work. It may still happen at some point in the future. Who knows? I have never been to Borneo, but don't they have like a lot of like orangutans, which means that you can go and talk to a lot of librarians, I guess. Discord librarians, that is. Yeah, that's really good. My dad's birthday is really close to Christmas, which also means that it's basically always trying to figure out how to get him like one big present because, yeah, I can't think of like two things that close together, you know. A dream of spring. Well, for that we first have to have winds of winter, and they didn't happen. So it was just a dream of spring, or was it a new spring? And lots of spanking, I guess. It wasn't. Anyway, how's everyone doing? What are you guys actually reading? I've been reading, and I have to tell you that Kadia already knows that because I had to I mentioned it in like a Discord server earlier today. I'm reading another biography of Brigham Young, and one of the things it kind of dwells on more than the other biography of Brigham Young that I've read before, and the other books on like 1950s, 1850s Mormonism that I've read before, is the like agricultural challenges of Mormons in Utah in the 1850s. And it turns out there was like a specific sort of fungus attacking wheat and other crops they were planting in Utah at the time. And the non-biological name for that specific fungus was in fact smut. Everyone called it smut attacking the crops. And it's so weird to read a book that is constantly talking about Brigham Young and the leaders of the Mormon Church trying to eradicate smut, and and they're actually talking about like serious serious fungi attacking the crops and not just trying to ban pornography. It was really really weird to read that. But so yeah, Brigham Young against smut in the 1850s, and for once I'm on his side. The tooth situation is that I have a sort of like temporary set in provisory kind of tooth thing. I'm not wearing it right now because it's fucking annoying. So if tooth things kind of trigger you, you might want to look away. But here's the thing, right? This is the fucking tooth insert, right? This is the one tooth. The rest is going behind my other teeth, which means it goes all the way up to the mouth of my roof, which makes speaking incredibly hard and frustrating and all of that. Which is why I'm, obviously sometimes taking it out, and which makes recording videos super weird because it feels wrong. I'm speaking the wrong way. I might put it in at some point during the stream or whatever, but that's the story about the tooth. I do have something to not look like a pirate, but then I sound really weird. So I can either look cool or sound bad. And in this wonderful visual world that we live in, I obviously opt for looking cool and all of that. Look sexy and don't get murdered is kind of the the motto of the stream, I guess. Also, hello Daniel, and yeah, you want me to buy you a joint? Is that what I'm getting there, right? I hope that it is actually legal in the part of the United States that you live in. Yeah, I've heard about the smart part in that regard. Yes, and that's kind of the thing. Like it works for corn, and that's something you learn with that I learned from that book about agriculture in the 1850s, which I'm apparently reading for reasons. Is that Mormons tried to, in fact, grow wheat and stuff, and not exactly corn. Then they switched to corn later on because they realized that it kind of works in that regard. Corn smart. Um, and there's an interesting part there that I hopefully will integrate into that massive Mormonism video that is turning into like the albatross of albatrosses, albatrossi, yeah, that thing, massive bird, um, is sort of like how sort of doing a specific irrigation agriculture in the Central Basin with a very specific European slant is connected to certain forms of or like religious understandings on the one hand, but also very much ties into what happens later on with Mormons being on the forefront of any opposition to, say, the New Deal and other parts, while at the same time being the most, the biggest recipients of state subvention, subsidies and everything, right? So that's an interesting thing. And planting, wheat instead of corn is sort of seen as, making the garden bloom. And there's a lot of like weird shit, like sort of tied into that, I guess. Yeah, it feels very old. It's really, really frustrating. And the thing is, like, I have to wait. I have to sort of sometimes wear this to avoid the teeth kind of pushing together while the jawbone is healing for the next 3 months, and then I'll get like the implant set into the jaw, and then I have to wait for another 2 or 3 months before they put, like, an actual tooth on the implant, and that's how long I have to find out how to do, how much an actual gold tooth costs. I don't think it will be much more expensive than the other forms of, like, teeth that I can get, but, who knows? Maybe I shouldn't, have sold my wedding ring after my divorce, to pay for flights and just kept it so I could melt it down and turn it into a tooth, but you know, I sold it to buy flights for a band for a festival that I was organizing, which sounded like a really good idea at the time, and definitely was. Don't get me wrong, but now I can't use it for a tooth. See, that might actually be a really good thing. I gotta work on that one, biggest. I'll see what I can do. Ooh, the good old hemp. Yeah, drugs are bad. I agree, and this is me saying that, right? As someone who has certainly, partaken in when it, at least alcohol and certain hemp products in the past. But yeah, it does have side effects, which is important to understand. I've known people who started smoking weed at, like, I don't know, age 15, and did like nothing but smoke weed for like a couple of years, and you can notice how people are getting sort of at least slower and less curious, less interested in everything if they do that too much. Which is, maybe don't smoke too much weed when you're 15 is the official position of this channel. So wait until you're 20 something and or whatever. Hey Bex, that is a very, very kind offer. See, Katia, I don't know whether I want to have like a gold tooth or not. It just feels like at that point I would have to make just pirate content for the rest of my life, and talk, maybe start selling cursed items, and cursed magical items is sort of like the next thing I'll do. Product reviews for like I don't know, bags of holding and stuff, which sounds like a really cool sort of like if I were the kind of person who knew how to do that kind of stuff, it would be really cool to do that, or say TikTok or whatever. Have a channel where you do product reviews of magical items from like from like fantasy stuff, like D&D, like do product reviews of bags of holding and +1 swords and all of that stuff. That would be really funny. um, I wish I knew how to do that, but if you are the person who wants to do that, now you have an idea. Yeah, that Alex sounds really brutal. Like, I would not go for opium in any way or form. Like, I feel like It's fine, right? In the sense that if you are a fully developed person, have a fully developed brain in that, you're only going downhill from where you are at that point. I don't know, try it, do it, whatever. It might just make you very tired if if that's what may happen, but it might not. But beyond that, be always aware of what you're doing. And, if you're doing psychedelics, make sure there's someone sober around to make sure you're not doing anything really, really dumb while, you know, out of control, I guess. Ooh. Thank you, Ori, and welcome. Also, that's one of those quotes I haven't seen, read, heard in a while. Which, is interesting. I mean, it's been ages since I played Duke Nukem. Back in the day when I was still able to, play video games, and Duke Nukem was like the one 3D shooter that everyone played at the end of the 90s or whatever. While it was officially, very much not legal for under 18-year-old people to play that in Germany and all that. But, everyone did, because how are you going to stop anyone from sharing like games at the time when you just use like floppy disk for that? So yeah, okay. I'll think about the cursed item product review thing. It sounds like a really cool idea. If I have enough like sort of like LARP costume things, so I can deck myself out as a very untrustworthy seller of magical items, I could totally do that product review thing. Although it would be really cool to have like a barbarian kind of character, like dress like a barbarian in like loincloth and have like an axe and everything, and then go like, well, my name is Rogar the Barbarian, and today we're going to try out this magical bag of holding. I just got it, and I will find out how it works. And he has like gold pieces, and put in gold pieces. He has a skull, and put in a skull, and put in. Then you do that, and then at some point, obviously, it bursts, because if you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons, you know that bags of holding do in fact have a maximum holding thing. And once you extend that and go over that, they just break, and everything in your bag of holding ends up in the fucking nowhere, and you lose all your treasure. And no, I'm still absolutely not salty about one guy in our party doing exactly that and us losing all our treasures at that point. Anyway. So yeah, I guess what I'll need to do is like get working on my barbarian outfit and barbarian persona and barbarian body to do like barbarian product reviews of D&D items, which is it sounds like a really fun idea. The question is like, can you do that for like more than like 5 videos or whatever? But we'll see what happens. Anyway, I asked you guys what you are reading, and then I completely lost track. What are you guys reading? I am currently reading, as I said, another biography of Brigham Young. In this case, it is Brigham Young and the Expansion of Mormon Faith by Thomas Alexander, I think. It's from 2019, and it had one of the weirdest quotes ever, like in the beginning, or, in the introduction. It has one of those things that has, I would say it hasn't aged well, but it was published in 2019, so it's more like, well, I guess you can do that if you're like a Mormon historian, I guess. But he talks about like what he does with the book, and how he's going to look at Brigham Young's failures when it comes to this and this and this, and then he's like, and I'm going to talk about his successes as a family man, as a prophet, and as a colonizer. And I'm like, so that's a success, right? His successes as a colonizer in a 2019 book, and I'm like, yeah, Okay, I guess. Ooh, Blake Season's wonderful book, Jeroen. I really love that one with the like three timelines at the same time, sort of like three parallel narratives and jumping back between the timelines. It's really good. I love it in how well bleak it is. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the point, right? It is weed like any other sort of like addictive substance is kind of the things you need to know whether you can do that like casually or not, and it's can you stop and just partake like once per week or whatever whenever you feel like it, or does it end in doing it all the time? And then it's probably better to not do that. Same with alcohol or anything else, right? Really. The Prophet of Idan. I still have to start reading The Way of Idan. I own the audiobook, but I thought I'd wait until book 2 and 3 are also published in audio so I can, do audio stuff in one go and not stop and wait for the next one because I really hate waiting for upcoming books. And since all three are going to be audiobooks, I figured I can just like wait and read other stuff in the meantime. Symbiote. Okay, so it's a bit like The Thing, but as a novel, and also more like zombie stuff. Sort of the Thing meets zombies, I guess. Yeah, exactly, Alex. It does sound like The Thing, but maybe that's just because there's not that many things set in the Antarctic. Although the Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay does have an Antarctic storyline at some point, without The Thing. Hmm. The Awkward Armadillo. Well, I've never heard of that one. Yeah, see, Bex, I think that's like one of those like struggles that we have. That I totally agree. Like that I have with reading memoirs. And I'm like, DNFing a memoir feels like sort of like giving up on the narrator's life. Where I'm like, no, if I DNF a fantasy book and I'm already struggling with that, right? I'm just like, look, I don't care if the dragon gets killed or not. Fuck that dragon, right? But if I'm reading a memoir and then not reading it to the end, I'm like, okay, I guess I just give up on someone's life, and that feels bad. So yeah, I totally see the struggle there. Um, yeah, Philip's a super kind guy. Black Company is so good. At the moment, like I said, I don't rank stuff, but I Black Company is certainly amongst my favorite things I've read because there's so much in there. I've read them like 4 or 5 times now, and I still discover more stuff. And yes, some things haven't exactly aged perfectly, to put it mildly. There's some mild homophobia in the first book and some other stuff. But Cook is really, really trying to do all kinds of things at the same, and being ahead of his time still. So I'm willing to cut him some slack and going like, well, it's just really good. Um, I think the blade itself, I do enjoy, but I think it has a very specific sort of tone. And if you like a very sort of like laconic British tone and things always being sort of slightly slapstick and incredibly violent at the same time, that's sort of like where Abercrombie kind of fits in. I think it touched a nerve at the time where people were already sort of primed and going like, "Well, I really enjoy all this Game of Thrones stuff, and it's really cool." But what if what if we add like millennial cynicism to that? And that's kind of what Abercrombie fed into. But I totally see how that cannot be how that can be for annoying at some point. Wait, is that the deluge? That's the massive climate fiction thing that Jeroen also read, right, Kadia? I mean, obviously you don't necessarily know whether Jeroen also read that. So Jeroen, is that the deluge that you also read last year? Because I've been eyeing that one for a while, but haven't gotten around to that. Yeah, I know there's like a 10 years later kind of thing. Idan and the Cursed Child or whatever it's going to be called. Look, talking and cooking is really, really good. So I'm glad you're doing that. It sounds like a lot of fun, and Camp Damascus will be there when Camp Damascus will be waiting for you whenever you're ready, which is not something I should say, seeing that Camp Damascus itself is, of course, a conversion therapy camp run by, well, evangelical Christians that may or may not be Mormon in league with actual demons. Okay, Contagion meets Walking Dead. That does sound very much like the thing, right? I'm a queer feminist cyborg. I have to look that one up. It does sound interesting, though. That's a very, very concise summary there, biggest. It is very much like it's very much like a shit Gandalf. Yeah, and I think that's sort of like the strength and also the weakness of the blade itself. And like the first trilogy is very much sort of Abercrombie going and like, what if like Gandalf is actually a dickhead? And also everyone is kind of fucked up and does the things that like dickhead Gandalf says. And if you're fine with that premise, then it works. If you're like, well, it's not exactly the best premise in the world at this point in fantasy history, then it can get sort of boring. Yes, that's the one cut. Yeah, it's the climate change thing that is like, I don't know, 30 something hours in audio. And I've been eyeing it for a while. And I know that Jeroen read it and loved it. I think Jeroen did like it, right? See, I think the first book in that first trilogy might be the best of the bunch in that first trilogy. I think the standalones are better. The second and third book in that first trilogy do have lots of issues and get kind of dragged out and stuff. Also, I think like Abercrombie kind of fails in subverting Orientalism with the Gurkish, and he's like, yeah, clearly the Union is very much taking the piss out of of like British imperialism and Victorian Britain, and especially the parts where you have the officers training with like what's his name, uh, the guy whose sister is fucking around with Giselle, and I just anyway. So you have all of these officers meeting in these officer clubs, and that's very much like sort of taking the piss out of like 19th century British military stuff in a lot of ways, and I get that, and it's fun. The problem is like turning the Gurkish into your enemies while also sort of trying to figure out how to explain that everyone is racist against them doesn't really work the way he does it. And it gets better in the second trilogy in the Age of Madness stuff, but in the first one, I'm like, yeah, man, that's you got to be careful about that stuff. You can't subvert everything at the same time. If you have this sort of like a Western perspective, it just doesn't work that well. Which doesn't, doesn't mean you can't, subvert. You should subvert Orientalism, but maybe don't make the people in the very Orientalist sort of like stereotypical world, also the country, also the bad guys. It's not a good idea. Hey, Chantel, how are you doing? Wow, I've caught up with live with chat. I'm shocked and surprised. So yeah, as I said, I've been reading more Mormonism stuff because I don't know, it's the thing I'm stuck with, I guess. Artie, yes, that's her name, and I yeah. It's interesting right now is looking at the chat on the Restream side versus the chat on YouTube, and which stuff gets what stuff gets shown or not, and how YouTube does decide what to show me or not. It's yeah, interesting. Ah, there we go. Yes, it is the one that Jeroen read. So perfectly. Sorry for taking a while to go through those comments. It's annoying. Yeah. So I'm really looking forward to on Tuesday is when The River Has Roots comes out, and I'm very excited about that one. And there's another one that I'm sort of slightly interested in, which is Once Was Willem by M.R. Carey. M.R. Carey? I'm really bad with names. But it seems to be sort of like horror fantasy, historical horror fantasy set in like 12th century Britain, which, you got me. And now my browser has stalled, I guess. I hope it. Let's see what happens. All right. I hope you can still hear me and see me, because otherwise we're fucked. Because my browser is currently not reacting to my screen reader, and that is bad, I guess. I'll just theatrically drink and see what happens. Ah, here we go. Now that's a good question. Okay, biggest. Let's find out about the whistling thing. So the problem is, of course, that like while I'm speaking with the missing tooth, we're gonna solve the whistling question right now, right? Is that when I'm speaking, it does automatically lead to sort of like a whistling sound when I'm trying to, say a S or a T or something, because it, air escapes through that. Spat. I don't know if it impacts my whistling. Let's try and find out though if I can whistle without the tooth, and then I'll put in the fucking pseudo denture whatever bullshit thing, and then I'll try to whistle again, and then you can judge which one works better. It doesn't work too well because yes, you kind of need the tooth there, I think, because it sort of lends a structure to your lips, and from there on, Anyway, let's try and put in the fucking dentures and see what happens. I fucking hate those things though. From here on out, I sound really stupid though. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think with the tooth, it's easier to whistle. It's harder to speak though. Hey, Aura, how are you doing? Welcome to the weird whistling experiment. Here was super sunny though, Chantel. So sorry for the rain. Hey, Phil, how are you doing? Guess I'm through most of the comments now. Anyway, yeah, here was super sunny today, which allowed me to, hang out on my balcony in the sun and drink beer and listen to glam rock, which is something I shouldn't do. And luckily, I still don't own any spandex pants, which, oh gods. Very good. Yeah, sorry, my browser just like stopped reacting for a moment. I was scared that, in fact, the stream had stalled because everything had frozen. That is good, Ori. I have it pre-ordered and I will read it on Tuesday morning. So even if I don't manage to get the Mormonism video recorded before I leave for Athens, I will hopefully get the River Has Roots video done. So there will be something while I am doing things in Greece, which is currently once again doing what Greece is really good at, which is protesting against the government, which deserves all the protest. Just to be clear. Ida, I think the difference between like top chat and alt chat is something that kind of comes up when there's like a lot of messages at the same time, and if there's less messages, it doesn't matter that much, I guess. I gotta take out those dentures. Gods, they make it so hard to speak freely. It's hard. Yes. So, Chantal, if you're a channel member, you kind of get different forms of stars, and they change depending on how long you are a channel member. And Ida has just like switched to being a channel member for 2 months, which changes the star to green, and so forth. And technically, I could exchange the stars for like custom sort of like color item things, but that means I have to figure out how to do that and then ask someone to actually have cool, I don't know, different colored beer bottles or something as a channel member sign, which might be a good idea. Yeah, Kat, yeah, I know it's gonna get better just by using it more, and it's just like so annoying at the moment, and I'll see what happens. And as I said, like in like 3 months, I can get like the implant thing, and then 3 months after that, I can get a really cool shiny gold tooth and become a seller of cursed magical items. Bex, my balcony is very, very small and very, very dirty, but there's enough room to have a small barbecue grill there, and yeah, not much else. We usually hang out there on like the 1st of May and listen to like anti-capitalist propaganda songs from the 60s and 70s, and I might not do that this year because at the same time, German punk band Team Scheiße is playing very close, and I might just go there instead because May seems to be punk rock month this year. I was looking at it. It's like there's the Team Scheiße concert I might go to, and then there one of my favorite German punk bands is doing their farewell tour. The band is called Todeskommando Atomsturm, which is very difficult to translate. Death Commando Nuclear Storm. They're a really cool punk band with women singing, and I absolutely love them. And they're playing their farewell tour this May, and they're playing a concert on Good Friday, which is always a good day to go to concerts in Hamburg on a ship. And I've been to that on that specific ship. It's like a river ship, boat, whatever you want to call it, and they basically have like a small like wide sort of like a metal stair going down into like the belly of the boat, and that's where the stage is, and it's incredibly dangerous, and that sounds like the perfect place for a very, very, very violent punk concert. So I'm really tempted to go there. And then on the 25th of May, there's the Reconstruction Tour with Pennywise, who I kind of like, and Comeback Kid, which I'm, fine with, and Winnipeg's finest punk band ever, that is, of course, Propagandy, and one of the multiple bands that the guy from Boy Sets Fire is also running. So that's more punk in May. So I guess Punk Rock May is something that will happen this year instead of just anti-capitalist propaganda songs on 1st of May, which may still happen before I go to the punk concert. Who knows? It's the kind of thing that may just happen. Yes. Look, here's the thing, Jin. Like I've always had a lisp, and the tooth situation has not made things easier in any way, shape, or form. Which is really hard if you want to be like a necromancer and speak all those like serpentine languages to summon demons and shit. It's a bad. It's a real problem. You want to summon a demon, you have a lisp, and suddenly it sounds more like an F than it does like an S, and you have like the wrong demon. You're fucked. Um, see, or the thing with like library services, we have like the library services here have like an audiobook section. But because they're German libraries, they mostly have German audiobooks, which means when it comes to like stuff they have like the translations as audiobooks, but not necessarily the original, which is annoying for like English language stuff. Like obviously I don't mind with Italian, Spanish, whatever other languages that I don't speak, but when it comes to like English stuff, when I can only get like the German translation of an English book, I'm like, I don't necessarily want to do that. But yeah, in general, we do have that. Don't get me wrong, Daniel. Yes, your government needs some protesting, probably the Greek style, but the Greek government also needs protesting because Mitsotakis is a bit of a, bit of a conservative, to put it mildly. I've been to Exarchia multiple times, like every year I'm in Exarchia Apollo. I will be in Exarchia from Wednesday onwards. I have, in fact, booked a room at the Exarchion Hotel, which is right on Exarchia Square. And so, yeah, I will be in Exarchia. I like it. It's a wonderful place. It's unfortunately very much forcefully gentrified at the moment by the Mitsotakis government, which sucks. And you have a lot of like tourists hanging out there, coming to Exarchia, and they're trying to build like a metro station in Exarchia, which will bring in more tourists, which allows to gentrify the place even more. Which is stupid because Ammonia Station, which is a massive metro station. It's also one that where you have like a lot of like junkies hanging out. It's not exactly a beautiful place, but it's the nearest one to Exarchia, and you just cross the street and you're already in Exarchia, and you can just like walk down the street to Mr. Cleo Street, and you're already in Exarchia. It's like I don't know, 3-minute walk down to Exarchian Square. So why do that except for being a reactionary far right conservative government wanting to get rid of all those pesky anarchists in Exarchia. Yes, Phil, I do have the face for radio. I'm aware of that. As for the voice for print, probably as well, yes. Yeah, punk rock is not necessarily walker friendly. I agree with that, Bex. I like one of the like that was a couple of years ago. I went to went to a Bad Religion show, and it was Bad Religion, and they played the Recipe for Hate album and another one. Yeah, the Generator album. Both of those, like back front to back, and then like a best of set after that for like 90 minutes. That was like one of the like most exhausting like mosh pits I've ever been in because it was just like straightforward pogo for like 90 minutes, and that was I could wring out my shirt afterward. And it was like just sweat dripping everywhere. That was but it was like a fantastic concert. So yeah, I'm all for that. Yeah, they're like crowd surfing people in wheelchairs is something that happens a lot. I mean, it only works if you don't have like an electric wheelchair, because those are fucking insanely heavy, right? They weigh like the wheelchair is like 500-600 kilos with the battery and everything. It's insanely heavy. It's also something you need to be very, 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 very comfortable with, like also physically confident in that. Even if should you fall with your wheelchair, you're sort of like you have some level of control, I guess. I've done crowd surfing in the past, and it's a wild ride if you don't know where you will end up, which is something that happens when you're blind. You're like, oh, I guess I'm somewhere. I'll end somewhere else. I guess I did that during like an Overkill concert in the past, and last year at a festival during a Whiplash concert, and I was in the mosh pit, and at some point, you know, people just like grabbed people from the mosh pit and just like crowd surfed them somewhere else, and then we all went around and came back to the mosh pit and did the circle. But yeah. Well, Apollo, I'll fly to Athens on Wednesday at 11 something something 11:15. from Frankfurt to Athens. If you show up at the airport in time, I'll gladly take you with me. But yeah, I'm I usually go to Athens like once per year at least, and I'm always happy to take people with me because it's a wonderful city. It's a beautiful scene in general. Like there's amazing places there. I'll just love it. But yeah, you got to be sort of like respectful and make sure that you don't turn into like part of the tourist problem and so forth. But like I like the Exarchian Hotel. It's a great place. I know the guy. I've been saying there so many times. Like years, 2019, I was in Athens for a Manowar concert. It was Manowar like for like 35 years. It was Manowar and Rhapsody of Fire and some other band and Battle Roar. And we had Battle Roar play in Marburg at my own festival, the Riddle of Steel, that same year in December. And so I flew there because, got a cheap flight and I'm like, it's 35 euros. I'm going to see Battle Roar open for Menno. It's, their dream has been their dream forever. And it was a good concert. I really enjoyed it. And during the concert, I learned that Jethro Tull were playing at the Herodion amphitheater, the Roman amphitheater on the Acropolis the next day. And there were still tickets. I'm like, yeah, fuck it. That's awesome. And the day after that, I flew to Sofia in Bulgaria to see Manowar again, and things got kind of out of hand there for reasons. But my point is, like, I showed up at like Exarchian Hotel, and I thought I had booked a room, and apparently something went wrong. I showed up, and the owner of the hotel was like, "Oh, we've lost your reservation or whatever. We're kind of booked out, but we have this one room. The air conditioning isn't working. But if you're fine with that, you can totally just take that room, and I'll make you a good price. And if you feel like and safe with my man, sure, whatever. It's July. It's like 35 degrees, but it's on the top floor. Who cares, right? I'm gonna crash there in the middle of the night, sleep for like 5 hours, and that's that. And that worked incredibly well until the last night when people were having like a party on the rooftop of the building across the street and were firing off pyrotechnics, and a lot of the pyro stuff was like landing on my balcony. And since I didn't have like AC working, I had to have like the balcony door open so there was like at least some air coming in because it's July in Athens, right? And then all the smoke from all the pyrotechnics and landing on my balcony came into my room, and I'm like, oh God, what am I going to do now? It's like pass out, I guess. So yeah, Athens, wonderful city, highly recommend it. Be respectful, be an anarchist, and help the people there fight for the good things. So when you go to Athens, there's a bunch of things you might want to do beyond, the Acropolis, which is cool. And the Acropolis Museum is also really good. The new museum at the Acropolis is really cool. That's right next to the actual Acropolis. I do really recommend going to the Kerameikos, which is the old Athenian cemetery. Cemetery of like the 4th century BCE, during the Peloponnesian War. That's the Kerameikos, and they have a museum there. It's a really cool museum. Uh, and next to the museum is like the old Kerameikos where you can walk around. It's a bit of a park with like some tombs and stuff in there. Also, lots of like tortoises, the land ones, the tortoises, right? So lots of tortoises walking around a bunch of like 2,000-year-old, 2,500-year-old, 2,500-year-old graves, and there's a bunch of turtles walking around, which is pretty cool. And then there is for like a tourist thing, if you go to Athens, go to the Lykavitos Hill, which is a mountain, sort of like one of the hills of Athens. It has a Byzantine Orthodox church on top, but it is also like the highest hill in Athens. So if you go there in, say, the afternoon, you can take the most cheesy pictures with the Acropolis in your background and the sunset over the sea, and yeah, it's a beautiful place. But you can also walk up that hill during the day, and there's once again lots of tortoises walking through the underbrush and everything, and it's a nice place. And then there's some really cool old sort of Byzantine monastery stuff slightly outside of Athens that I would highly recommend if you're into that kind of stuff, right? And then there's of course right next to Exarchia is the Lofos Trefi, which is another hill that you can hang out on, and have, once again, look down on Athens and see the Acropolis beyond just the massive concrete jungle that is Athens proper. But it's also sort of like a bit of a spot for a lot of people to sell drugs and buy drugs and maybe um, have have a place to do all kinds of sex work, queer sex work, and so forth. But it's a nice place in the sun to hang out and drink retsina and smoke weed and watch the sun go down over Athens. Which don't smoke weed in Greece; it's illegal. Is what I'm saying. See your own. It's a wonderful park. But the thing with like I went to the Kerameikos Museum, and sometimes you have like advantages when you're blind, right? And I was there, and it was fine and everything. And the museum people were like, "Oh, you're blind. Do you want to touch stuff?" And I'm like, "Look, these are like antiquities, right? I don't want to destroy stuff by just like touching 2,000-year-old marbles or whatever, right?" Then no, 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 worry, don't worry. We don't allow people to do that unless they're blind. So please go and do. And the Kerameikos Museum has a bunch of sphinxes, which are really cool. And don't ever try to say sphinx with like a hole in your teeth. It's not easy to do. Um, but they also have, like, as a centerpiece in the middle of the Kerameikos Museum, you have like all this stuff, and then you have like sort of like an open, sort of like almost like a Roman atrium in a way, and they have like a massive statue from like a tomb, which is the most masculine bull you've ever seen. Like, it's a huge statue of a bull which has a very explicit attributes that make it clear that this is very much a bull, to put it mildly, right? By which I mean, holy shit, those be bulls, rock hard, I guess. And yeah, so stuff I touched while in Athens, I guess. I don't know what you mean by the sex museum. I know there's a museum of breakups in Zagreb, which I did not go to because I was at a metal pub while everyone else went to the museum, the breakup museum. But um, should you be in Zagreb, go check out the breakup museum. Also, I mean, go to Zagreb. It's a beautiful place. It's a wonderful city, and if you're there, go check out the Valhalla heavy metal pub next to the sort of like city center square. It's just like down one road, and there's like a 24-hour bakery next to it, which is one of the best things that the Balkans have ever brought to civilization. Is the 24-hour, the 24/7 bakery is a marvelous thing, and you can get like incredibly good burek at like 3 in the morning, and it's perfect, is what I'm saying. I've never been to Amsterdam. Yes, God, yeah. I was surprised. I'm like, I don't need to do that, but it's super nice that I got to. The same, Ida. I've been to Israel and I've been to Iceland, and that's the furthest I've been. outside of what you might call Europe, and Iceland is kind of Europe. And according to Eurovision, so is Israel, I guess. Iceland is really cool. Like, I know it's overrun by tourists, so don't go to Iceland. But should you go, it's beautiful. I did like a 1 week and a bit horse riding tour along the fjords of Iceland, and it was so magical, right? It's so cool, it's so beautiful. And you just like, because the thing is, right? You're riding horses, and you have like a herd of horses running with you, because you're going to change horses during the day, so you have like a whole herd of like horses just running with you. And look, I am not Genghis Khan. I have not ever, driven a horde over the plains of Eastern Europe to conquer Western Europe or anything of the sorts. But if you gallop, if you're in like a group of like even like 20 people, and there's like another 50 horses, and you gallop down like a valley, and there's like 70 horses galloping down a valley, and you can feel the ground just like shaking. I get it, right? It's fucking awesome, is what I'm saying. So yeah, I don't know. Do more horse riding with massive hordes and wreck civilization, I guess. I don't know. My point is, it was absolutely magical, and really really cool. I've never been to the Faroe Islands, but yes, they are considered Denmark, sort of. But they're sort of autonomous, I think. Look, there's horses in Iceland, and there's librarians in Borneo, and I think librarians are maybe more important. And I'm saying this as someone who really likes horses. Hey, Britain, how you doing? Prague's super nice. I've been to Prague a bunch of times. If you ever go to Prague, I highly recommend taking a train or a bus or a car, depending on how you're there, and going like the 45 minutes or 1 hour, sort of, I think it's southeast, I guess, to Kutna, where you have the wonderful Kutna Cathedral, which is really cool. And you can walk through the roof of the cathedral. If you've ever been to like a massive like cathedral and have had the chance to walk through the roof and see like the whole like roof construction with the massive trees that they used to build like a cathedral roof, that's really cool. But the other thing that Kutna has is the Settlage ossuary. And if you've ever been to a ossuary, you kind of know what I mean. But it looks very, 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 very Dark Souls like, because you have like piles of human bones, and you have um, statues made out of human bones, and you have chandeliers made out of human bones and everything. And it's very bony, is what I'm saying. So should you ever be in Prague, I highly recommend doing that. It's touristy, but also it's just really cool. Getting out of church is the first step into a world of possibilities, Britain. No, in all seriousness, I hope church was good and you feel empowered and everything. West Virginia is full of coal mines, is what I've learned, and full of places where coal miners are bombed by the U.S. Air Force and otherwise murdered by capitalists. These might be informations that are somewhat outdated at this point, but I'm not quite sure. From Brussels to Prague, how's that going? So it's Brussels. I guess it's Brussels, possibly Frankfurt, Dresden, Prague. Last time I came back from Prague, I took trains by, oh God, that was bad. I ended up coming home at like 2 in the morning. It was Prague, Dresden, something, Leipzig, and stuff. Brussels is one of those weird places. I've been to Brussels a couple of times by accident. I still love the fact that Brussels has a quarter in the city that is called Stalingrad, and I don't know why that is. Maybe Kadia can enlighten us on why there is Stalingrad in Brussels. I don't know which message you mean, Britain, but if it's the one about the church, then yes, I saw that. If there's another one, I may have overlooked it by accident, and then I am very, very sorry. So here's the thing, like with Brussels, Stalingrad. A couple of years ago, I was helping a band with a European tour, and so a friend of mine who was going to be the driver for the tour, we picked up the van and the back line at a place in Germany in Dortmund to then pick up the band that flew into from the States into Brussels. And the place where we picked up the van in Germany is yeah, it's close to Dortmund, and there's a place close to Dortmund that is called Preußen. Now it's spelled slightly different, but Preußen in Germany is a German version of Prussia. So we basically went in one day from Prussia all the way to Stalingrad, and we actually arrived and got out alive. So stuff that happens in Europe, I guess. I've only ever driven through Tyrol and by train from back from Bologna when I was in Bologna for a conference, and no, when I took the train to Rome, I went through Switzerland to somewhere, possibly Zurich or maybe Bern, and then to Interlaken, and then Europe's most fascist train station, which is Milano Centrale. If you ever go there, it's the most fascist train station ever built. It's incredible. You can drive a tank from platform to platform. It's that huge. And then to Rome, and then I realized that actually flying is much cheaper than taking trains, which is wrong. But I was broke, so I flew back. I did see Mannequin Piss while in Brussels. Although I've been in Brussels a bunch of times by accident. Once, as I said, to pick up a band or drop off a band, and then for day trips when I was at a student conference in Ghent, which I've spent much more time at, and that's where I bought my wonderful children's toy axe. I bought that at the castle in Ghent, which was once stormed and occupied by students because the beer price was raised, and students in Ghent did not like that, so they stormed and occupied the castle in Ghent. Which, good for those students. If it was on Discord, then I unfortunately haven't seen that. Let me check though, because I was maybe sidetracked by being reading stuff here and focusing on this. See, that's the point. Yes, like every single Russian I've met in person were super nice people. Sometimes I had drinking competitions with them, which ended bad for them and then bad for me afterwards because, yeah. And sometimes they have maybe slept on my couch and we maybe built a bong out of a plastic water bottle and some aluminum foil and a salad bowl to smoke weed in our stairwell in the rain in December at 3 in the morning for reasons that we don't want to get into. No, 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 Britain, you're totally fine. Exactly. That's why I just messaged you back. I just the thing is, when I'm doing streams, I kind of have to, how can I say this? It's a screen reader thing, right? To use the screen reader means to go through stuff like line by line by line by line on the screen, which means if something happens somewhere where the cursor is not at this specific moment, I don't notice it, which is somewhat stressful if I try to talk and read comments at the same time. And if something happens on Discord in the background, I kind of need to sort of catch it. And sometimes I miss stuff, is what I'm saying. And sometimes I miss stuff on the screen as well because of that. um, we can maybe chalk that one up to the missing tooth, but you know we're not talking about that now. It was a band that was staying here at my place for once again a concert. They were playing at that epic metal festival that I was organizing 4 times, which was called the Riddle of Steel, for reasons that may or may not have anything to do with Texas favorite incel and the loincloth clad dude, and of course what everyone's favorite anti-communist communist uh, John Milius made out of that specific Texas incel's favorite character, I guess. No, it was a great festival, and we had a band from Russia called Vendel. Um, if you like really slow doom epic metal, highly recommend checking out Vendel from Russia. They're really cool guys. Their main songwriter, guitar player is also playing in a really cool crust punk band from Moscow, and I'm trying to remember the name of that band. A very cool crust punk band, and I'm trying to remember the name. But yeah, check out Vendel from Russia if that's if you like slow epic doom metal is I guess the point. Super nice people. Slept on my couch. Introduced me to some really weird epic metal, 80s epic metal from Novosibirsk, which I didn't know before, but it is really cool. So yeah, Russian school, Russia, maybe not so much, but then again, nation states and all of that, not exactly a good idea. All right, what we'll do now is me trying to figure out how to get the invitation link to Britain so Britain can join me, and then Britain can entertain you with stories while I go and take a piss for a second, which may also have to happen. And then we'll see where things are going from there. God's biggest. That was, well, God. Holy shit. Yeah, exactly, Daniel. Countries do have shitty governments. That's kind of the problem. All right, this is me live trying to find out how to send an invitation link to Britain, and then Britain can join. I know there's a button. I just need to find it. Oh, there's a button that's called Invite Guests. Let's press that and see what what happens. I have copied the link. Here we go, Britain. All right. Done that part, and now I need to wait for Britain to show up, and then I can possibly add him to the screen, and we'll see what happens. Oh, wow. There's like actual acoustic sounds when someone tries to join. I'm shocked and possibly, maybe slightly positively surprised. Close. All right, here's source. Let's see how that works. So, guys, I'm trying my best. It just takes a while because accessibility is not exactly everyone's priority, especially not for live streaming, which is supposed to be, visual and stuff. Here we go. This is annoying. Huh. Here we go. I clicked a button and it says add to the stream. Can you hear me, Britton?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Wonderful. How are you doing? Sorry it took so long. Turns out Restream's interface is not exactly made for blind people. Shocking, I know.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? No, I'm doing okay.
That's good.
I had a very relaxing week, not making any videos, but stuff went down. As you do.
That's good. I'm trying to figure out where I'm at with the whole thing before I can, so I can read chat again and everything. So are you back from your break now?
Yes, starting tomorrow I'll be going back to making videos. So, yeah. Um but yeah, no, I'm probably not going to be I am coming back making videos to make things short because there's things I'm gonna be doing, but I don't want to, chuck a bunch of words at people.
I think chucking words at people is like, I mean, that's what we do out here on the YouTubes and everywhere. So
That's fair. That's fair. I can't. I
it's
can't
all I
argue with
do.
that.
Chucking words is all I do. I'm a master at like chucking
Kind
words.
of. I kind of soft DNF'd the Underground Railroad. Not because I wasn't liking it. It's just because I was. It was like kind of like with the Wizard. I'm like, I feel like I'm forcing myself to read this, so I'm gonna put this down and read it at a later point. I was liking it, but so I decided to start with a bit of a palate cleanser for March. Blood Reunion by our old friend Joe Byrne, Joseph
Ah,
Byrne, of JCM Byrne, as he's called on the
yeah.
platform.
All right. I'm trying to catch up with the chat here because adding you took a while because it sucks. I mean, not adding you sucks. Like you don't suck, but the software sucks, is what I'm saying.
I'm also still reading Guards and enjoying it immensely. So
That is
there's that.
so good. How far are you now?
I am at the part where the dragon showed up and just completely demolished the oh
The
god, what are they called? The City Watch's building, and now Vimes is recuperating at the rich lady's house.
Lady Sybil's house. Ah, okay. Yeah. So you're like that's like the first 1/3 or so, right?
Yeah,
roughly, I
no,
guess.
it's what page is it? Let me see. It is 149 is where I'm at right now. So yeah, I'm getting in there.
I'm very glad that you're enjoying it because it's such a fun book in a lot of ways, and it does so many interesting things. And we've spoken about this before, right? It's
Yeah.
for a book that reads so like lightweight. It's incredibly dense. Like the amount of information packed into that book is it's incredible.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it, which I know is kind of, kind of a generic way of putting it, but like it's pleasant, like I enjoy it. It's I,
Yeah,
I read it I read a lot of dark, depraved stuff. So, it's always nice when you can read a book that'll pick you up for the most part. I've heard Pratchett can get dark, but this book isn't too dark so far. It's a lot of fun actually.
mm. For a second, yes, Apollo. The crust band is Fatum, exactly. It's Sergei from Fatum is also playing guitar in Vendel. Super nice guy. And goodbye, Jeroen. I'm sorry you had to leave. And Kale has shown up. Hello, Kale. How are you doing? How is the future out there in, how is Monday morning? I guess is what I'm asking. Yeah. Governments are run by people, and that's the problem. I agree with you, Britain.
Oh yeah, that's a
I've
problem.
read this. I've read. So, yeah. Sorry, it took a while to go back through that whole like chat. The thing is, I've read this book. It's by this British guy. You may have heard about him. He's called Douglas Adams, and he has this
Oh
long
yes.
explanation, where he talks about how things are bad, and then he summarizes it, and then he summarizes the summary, and then he summarizes the summary of the summary, and it ends up meaning people are a problem. And I think
As it happens.
he might be onto something there.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, if there's one thing Douglas Adams likes to make fun of, it's people being stupid. Then again, most people make fun of that, so I guess that's not a profound insight into Douglas Adams's career.
Well, Ori, there's even incredibly good or well, not so good pop or rock songs about turning someone into an impression on the wall, right? It's called "Shadow on the Wall," "Shadow on the Wall." No, but yeah, yeah, but that's kind of the point, right? It's like you go there, you have this thing happen, and it saves the main characters in Guards when that happens. But it is still very much brutal, and it's kind of clear that it is brutal. It's almost like sobering to anyone involved that is still alive afterwards.
Yeah, I was. Oh man. So yeah, I started the third book of the Hybrid Helix last night, which is pretty fun so far.
Yeah,
I've not gotten very far, but I'm enjoying it. Um, they're good palate cleanser reads.
yeah.
At least I think so.
I only have read the first one. I'm definitely going to read the rest. I know Joe's working on like audiobooks for all of them, and I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, I was. Oh, what did I do yesterday? I did go to the comic shop yesterday, so that was fun. Um, visited my grandma.
Hmm?
It was better than Friday because Friday kind of sucked. I mean, nothing like life altering happened, but it was just one of those days where nothing was going right on my end.
Yeah. What did I do on
They'll
Friday? I think I
block
just
you.
read like lots of like Mormon stuff because I'm back on the Mormon train.
Oh, I thought you were gonna put out the video soon.
I am. It
Oh.
may happen before I go to Athens, or it may happen afterwards. It kind of depends on how eager I am to get rid of the whole thing and how much I want to rush it because it's I want to get it. I want to get it right, and getting it right is difficult because there's always more that I want to get into stuff, and you know, it's bad. And Bex, yeah, yeah, I totally get that. I too imagine this being sort of like a, maybe it's like me being, hanging out in like a student town. We have like lots of sort of like parties where, you hang out with, I mean, this is a town where lots of people just like share apartments. You have like 10 people living together, whatever. And you have like lots of like parties like that where you have everyone hanging out
Joe Byrne, he wrote.
in,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you have like everyone hanging out, and suddenly, for whatever reason, everyone ends up in the kitchen and finding stuff in the fridge that they drink without asking what it is. And yeah, if if these chats and these streams kind of give you that vibe, that's good because that's a really cool place to be. And now to you, Britain, and the Joe Byrne thing.
Yeah, Joe Byrne. I don't know. I don't know why Joe would block Ida. Joe doesn't seem like the type who would block people unless they're like, I don't know, racist or something. I don't know. I'm not.
Hmm.
I don't know. That's weird though. But yeah. Chantel was asking who is she referring to? Yeah, Joe Byrne, who is a mutual friend of ours.
Or that might be. I don't know. It's the one light I have, so I don't know what to do about that. I could try to find something to put over the light to kind of dim it down and hope that it helps with the focus. Otherwise, we'll see what happens. Also, what you mean by like confuses the focus of the camera? It might also just be the fact that I've kind of have. I don't know if I've figured out what to do, how the stream sort of like settles like two cameras, if it switches between Britain and me, or if we can just do like a split screen thing where we have like both and then that'll be fine. I'm trying to find it out. Also, hello, dear Demidrek. How is your Memories of Ice reading going?
He's trying to read it to see if it's accurate to the authentic Malazan experience, is what I'm guessing. Because apparently Demidrek is a Malazan creature or something.
A
I don't know.
Demidrek is a priest in a Demidrek is a priest, a rank of the priesthood of Drek, which is the worm of the earth, which is a god, a divinity within the Malazan universe. So Demidrek, if you're a Demidrek, you're a high priest of that specific order.
Oh, well, that should just expose that I have not read Malazan yet, so I have no clue what I'm talking about. I know there's a character named Whiskey Jack, which, I mean, that's a pretty cool name. And there's also a character called Animander Rake, who is also apparently pretty cool. So there's that. It's also very big fantasy world. So a Malazan priest who is also a musician. I mean, that this guy's very accomplished, I have to say. I like how Demidrek just goes. Demidrek will go over your head until book 6. Thanks.
Chantal, as a middle-aged man who's constantly acting like a 17-year-old, not necessarily while going through my first breakup, but generally, I don't see anything wrong with that. I'm pretty sure I can control brightness in one way or another, not with the lamp though. I should probably at some point invest in a ring light. By which I mean I do have a ring light lying around somewhere. I just need to find it and figure out how to set it up in this very confined space that I'm in.
My cousin's over here. No. Demidrek, you are mistaken, sir. Lonesome Dove is excellent.
I have to agree with Ida there. Silcha's Ruin is definitely cooler. He's also the absolute party boy of the Carcanas trilogy. Silcha's Ruin is an absolute party animal, is what I'm saying.
Oh my god. But March is going to be a fun month for me because, well, I'm going to be starting on my first big fantasy excursion of the year, which is a series that is, and that is Gormenghast with Titus Grown. So I'm going to be doing that.
Ooh, that's a wonderful book. It's also
Um,
very depressing.
and also I'm going to read Mere Christianity finally because my dad has been to echo something that John Minton likes to say. He's been chasing me around the house, being like, "Britton, you should read Mere Christianity," and I'm like, "Okay." So I'll read that, and I am thinking, if all goes well, me and my dad will make a video talking about it together. So that should be fun. I'm looking forward to that. And then I'm probably, hopefully, going to read, speaking of the Mintons, I'm going to try and get to their book Discovery this month because they very kindly gave me a e-copy of it before it came
Nice.
out. So, yeah.
I've never asked for like an arc or anything on the so because I don't want to
Well,
have
they
like the
just gave it to me
responsibility.
because I'm pretty. I mean, I'm cool with them, and
Okay.
I'm the same way. I get real awkward about that stuff, but I know them pretty well. So. Oh yeah, I actually saw AP the other day. Was talking with someone. I think well, Alex was here earlier, but he shared a link of AP, doing his thing, talking about fantasy.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't do much online like the last 2 days. I was at a birthday party yesterday. Okay, I'm gonna press this button, and it's called half screen. So let's see if that does anything that makes stuff easier for you to watch. And if we just like split stuff between Britain and me, because
Your part of your face is cut off now, but we're closer.
interesting. I can always play
There
around
we
with
go.
this, and it's interesting. I'll just press buttons, and we'll see what happens. Except for the
Yeah,
button that says end stream, because I kind of know what that one does.
I need to do some uh, conversations to catch up on. Like I'm actually hoping to get you on, Raph. So spoilers for the audience, but I'm hoping to have Raph on soon to talk about Yiddish Policemen's Union because Raph really likes that book, and I just read it
I do.
recently. So I thought it would be fun for us to hang
There's
out
a
and talk
button that
about it
says
for a little bit.
showtime. I'll just press the button that says showtime, and we'll see what happens after that. All right, now we're in showtime mode, whatever that means.
I'll be like, it kind of looks like it kind of looks like the news where it's like, so Britain, tell us what's going on. I'm like, well, it's super cloudy out here.
How's live in Oklahoma right now? Cutting to our correspondent over in Oklahoma, Britain. How is things over there? I heard you're in like a very flat country.
Yes, there is a lot of grasslands, but I'm out in the city. It's very cloudy today.
Very good.
Very cloudy. I thought it was gonna rain while I was driving home, but it didn't. So I think we're good.
Very good. See, next time what we need is like get like a fan or something that blows your hair back, and we can have like some artificial weather around you. That would be cool.
Yeah, I'll just take my screen and go outside and be like, "Oh, it's super windy today."
So Britain, talking to about our Oklahoma correspondent over there. I'll hand it over to him while I do the thing that chat reminds me that I wanted to do, which is exactly go and take a piss for a second. Talk about something fun for a while, Britain, while I take a piss.
Oh, okay. Well,
You
yes.
have 2 minutes and a bit, I guess. Unless I hope no one's actually taking the time. I'll be back in a minute.
Well, I have taken over Wrath's stream. Well, I also am thinking my next Year of Lemire read is probably going to be Primordial, which is his kind of animal read. I really like this copy, by the way. It's really nice. I like the colors, but you know, but yeah. So I'm gonna be coming back to BookTube. I had a really nice week of being away, and it's feeling pretty good. So how are you guys doing this evening slash day slash? I don't know where the hell you guys are. It's pretty mid afternoon where I'm at now. So there we go. Um, Ida's comment reminds me of Robert Baratheon. Why am I not reading Malazan yet? Well, I'm trying. Well, Ida, I'm trying to save Malazan until the summer. Because um, it feels like it's a good summer read. I don't know why, but I'm just kind of. Also, summer is where I really do the gigantic, big fantasy reads. So yeah, I'm saving Gardens of the Moon until summertime. Hopefully June. We'll see. We'll see. Sometime during the summer. So June or July. I'm really aiming for that with Malazan. So yeah, you guys can bully me till then. Actually, don't bully me. Just I'm gonna read Gormenghast, so that's gonna be fun. And maybe some pre-Tolkien fantasy before then. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. You'll love it when you get there, or else. I am nervous I might get assassinated if I don't like Malazan. So, they might send some assassins after me. I don't know. Next few days are gonna be very oh, but yeah. So, in short, summertime is when I'm reading Malazan. So. Then when I read Malazan, you guys can go, "Hey, Britton, so what are you thinking?" You can spam my Discord asking me how it's going. And someone commented on my Facebook. I'm gonna see who it is. Oh, I'm getting some comments. Yes, that's what people say. People are saying I'll like it, but yeah, we'll see when I get there. I'm hoping I like it. It's not.
Fucking hell.
I thought they'll send assassins after me if I don't like Malazan. Oh, look, Raph's back. How are you doing, Raph?
Well, I am very good, Britton. Thanks for asking me. I love this news show idea.
But seriously, I was talking about Malazan before before you came back into the fold. But yeah, I call them my airport copies because like this small book looks like something you would find in an airport. So, I mean, nothing wrong with that, but a book's a book, so I won't complain.
Kale, yes, my room door could totally use some oil, and it's something I've been very much putting off for like the last 3 years. And so many people have told me that, and so many people have threatened to come over and just like do that if I don't change things. And by which I mean coming over, I mean flying from Canada to do that. And I will. I promise I will. Because yeah, it's very annoying, and it's I'm not even a horror fan, but it sounds like a haunted house kind of door at this point.
So, Raph, the other day I was talking with a friend of mine, speaking of horror, about
Yeah.
Chuck Tingle, who I know
Yes,
you like Chuck Tingle.
I do.
So apparently, before Chuck Tingle was writing, horror books,
Mhm.
Apparently, he wrote like gay dinosaur erotica, which I'm like,
Yes.
that's interesting.
He wrote gay. He wrote gay everything erotica. I have read some of the gay dinosaur erotica. I've read what's it called? My pet billionaire triceratops craves gay ass. I read that one, which is really good. Which is about having a pet triceratops, and then that pet triceratops moves out and becomes a
Mm.
football star and a billionaire, and then they meet again, and then they have gay sex.
Oh boy.
It's a really good book. Um, he also has a very good book called Pounded by the Pound, which is very much about Brexit and stuff. And then there's, of course, a Space Raptor Butt Invasion and other incredibly good books. So, yeah, Chuck Tingle, really
Sounds
good
about
author.
right. Sounds about right.
Highly recommend all of it. Both the horror stuff like Camp Damascus and very much Bury Your Gaze, which is really, really good. Like Bury Your Gaze is actually really clever and good and does so many things at the same time. It's kind of scary where it's like it's a short book and it's still Chuck Tingle, but it's also it's about horror and it's about pink washing and it's about the way that being queer can be commodified, and then it's also about like AI and about algorithm driven content creation in Hollywood and stuff like that. And it's also about like how horror, queer horror in particular, is a way to deal with trauma and all of that stuff in one very short book that is also very cheesy and very Chuck Tingle. So if you haven't read Bury Your Gaze, you should really do that. It's a really good book. And then you can still go back to my RPN tractor, lesbian RPN tractor, which eats me right, which is also a book that Chuck Tingle wrote, and I highly recommend that one as well. And of course, my pool gets me wet in a platonic way, and that's fine.
So yeah, March should be a fun month for me. It's also going to be my birthday in 7 days from now. uh, I love the very utterly specific titles, you know.
Bex, I have not yet read Unhinged, but I know it exists.
I don't think I've heard of Unhinged. Who's Unhinged by? Is it by Chuck Tingle?
See, that's exactly what I like about Chuck Tingle there, Ori. That he has these very specific titles that are a message in themselves, and yeah, no, it's just like the world needs people like Chuck Tingle to do Chuck Tingle things to just show people that it's there is still hope. Is what I'm saying.
Oh man, Demidrek, I'm so glad daylight savings coming back because I freaking hate when we have to shift our time back. I hate it. I hate when the sun goes down early. It sucks. Got pubs. But yeah, no, it's hold on, let me
Yeah, lubricate for the dinosaur erotica.
oh god. uh oh. Oh man. It's been a week, so that's for sure. Next week's gonna be interesting because Monday is my busy day, and then Tuesday I'm gonna go to the tag agency and renew my driver's license.
Ooh.
Um and then I'm gonna talk to Joe later in the evening for a school assignment, so that should be fun. But who's unhinged by? That's the question, Bex. Who's unhinged by? Like that's because I looked up Unhinged, and one is a Trump book about Donald Trump.
No. It's a erotica book about sex with a door. Hence the hinges in Unhinged.
Oh, okay. Well, Oh, is it by Vera Valentine? That's interesting. Okay, let me look. Oh, maybe it is an erotic door romance. All right,
Yeah.
I'll have to give this a shot, and it actually has good reviews. This is fascinating. I'll have to add that to the list whenever I find the time. Who? Because I have a weird soft spot for bad erotica stories, you know, or at least like intentionally trashy erotica stories. I don't want to say they're bad because sometimes they're kind of meant to be. Is trashy the right word? I don't know, but like the utterly ridiculous erotica, you know.
Okay, yeah, that's understandable how that is sort of like hard to deal with also. I get that. Yeah. Oh, here's a fun thing with which you just reminded me of, Britain, with your getting your driver's license.
My enjoyment of bad erotica. Oh, my driver's license
Yeah.
debacle.
Here's a fun thing. I can take driving lessons because while you have to do like a sight test, like an eyesight test for your driver's license, that happens after your driving lessons. I
Yeah,
can
I was
write.
about to.
I can totally sign. And there's nothing in like the terms of service and everything of like driving schools, right? Um, in Germany, I can just like I can sign up for driving lessons and just show up, and then they'll have to deal with that. Which you know, might be something.
I mean, if it's not utterly ridiculous erotica, then I'm not doing business with you. Like, get out of here. Like, let me look here. I'm trying to find good. Nope. Just I love these ads. They're not annoying at all. Need to get that. I need to get that anti-ad software my uncle told me about a few years ago. You remember that? But
There's so many like weird like monster erotica books though that I really enjoy. Like, so one of the things like a couple of years ago, Amazon had like a bunch of those at like Kindle Unlimited, and some of them were like and just like generally like free monster erotica stuff. And there's like things like Mounted by the Minotaur and Pumped by the Pumpkin Patch and stuff like that. And we were taking trains because it's Germany and we have trains and trains are good, right? And we had a crate of beer, my flatmate and me, and we were just in public, and he was reading monster erotica books that were free on Amazon to me in the train in public, and it was highly interesting.
what can I say? We're human beings. We like sex, and we like reading about sex. This is just how it is. I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just, I'm an AI, guys. That's the thing.
I know that one of the booktube channels I sometimes watch that is not part of the usual sort of like suspects kind of booktube part is Witchy Reads, and Witchy Reads did a review of Unhinged. So there's that. And I think she kind of liked it. It was like a 3-star thing for her, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. It's been a while since I watched that. It was like in November, I think. So there's that. Some people have talked about it online. See, Kadia, I don't read monster erotica. I have people read monster erotica to me, which may or may not be the
Trouble.
better. I don't know.
I mean, I read Fourth Wing, and I'm like, wow, those are some. I mean, actually, hold on. I don't think I actually got to the sex scenes, but I heard about the sex scenes from. It's interesting. It's interesting.
See, here's the thing: is like I feel like it's really interesting to how sex scenes in books, especially like fantasy books, are very much gendered in a lot of ways. Where like books written by dudes um have a very specific sort of like form of sex scenes where it's often very sort of like brushed under the rug because dudes don't want to talk about sex, or it's very performative about like how the dude is like pumping real hard, right? Okay, here's a tip, right? Britain, I don't know if you've ever watched the incredible early Arnold Schwarzenegger movie Pumping Iron.
Oh, I've seen like clips from it, but I've not seen the actual
Have
movie.
you
Like
seen the
full pro-
clip about the pump?
Oh, I've seen the scene where he talks about how
The pump is like
working out is
coming.
like coming.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the one I was referring to. It's so
Oh, okay,
good.
then I have seen that scene. You're
it's
like, what? Fuck?
it's a
All
master
right,
it's a
Arnie.
masterpiece of cinematography, and everyone should watch the clip where Arnold Schwarzenegger talks about how the pump in bodybuilding is very much like coming, and he talks about how he's coming all the time and everywhere. It's incredible. It's like I highly recommend watching that. Because it's also like early Arnold Schwarzenegger, where his accent is even more pronounced than it is nowadays.
Yeah, it wasn't as good. With the his English wasn't as fluent as it is now. Perhaps. Uh, I mean, I've only been to a couple bars, so I can't really say I'm not like the I don't know. I don't like. I'm real sensitive to taste. I guess I'm just not an alcohol man. I do like whiskey. I do like that. But I save those for like special
Mm.
occasions, like
All right,
my birthday.
Chantal, I very much approve of doing what you did there with your library, trying to ban them, and just I approve of defiance. It's a defiance is a good motivator, and I very much approve of what you did there. No, also you're totally fine, and don't worry. As I like, totally get where you're coming from with that specific part of the bar thing, and you did not bring down the mood. It's more like that. I almost feel bad for us being more on the funny side tonight, and you come in with something serious, and we are still joking around and shit. Like, so I hope we didn't, make you
Well,
feel
sorry
unwelcome
about your
with,
mom. Oh, so
the thing.
I was gonna mention that. I haven't. Fortunately, I haven't lost a parent yet, but I imagine it's always hard. Hell, I don't know what I'd do if one of my parents would die. I'd be. I'd prefer not to think about it, but until it happens, it's
Well, Bex, as Terry Pratchett once said, sex, drugs, and music with rocks in. Well, 1 out of 3 ain't bad, right? I'm
you know,
talking
I,
about I'm talking about the music with rocks in, of course.
you know, Ida mentioned if 50 Shades of Grey can be published, maybe there's hope for us young writers. That's my thing. That's kind of my gripe with Amanda's kind of thought that trad publishing is better than self-pub. I'm like, there's bad stuff that gets published. Like people legit published Terry Goodkind's books. I've only read one of them, but that was all I really needed to know. He's like if that gets published, then hey, maybe there's some hope for me. That makes no sense. I'm
I
sorry.
think like the publishing scene has shifted massively since the early '90s when Terry Goodkind got published, though, which is maybe good, maybe bad, maybe both. Who can say? When it comes to pubs, I've never been to an Irish pub in Ireland, so I don't know. I've been to a bunch of pubs in London once. I was in London once for a concert. I wanted to see Heaven and Hell on that tour when Black Sabbath with Dio did the Heaven and Hell stuff in London. I was there, and it was really good. And the day before, I went with some mates from Australia, which meant we go to all the bars where other friends from Australia were working as bartenders. And if you've ever been to London, you know that like every fucking pub in London has at least one Australian guy working there, and they all know each other, which meant an insane amount of pubs in like it was like a 20-hour pub crawl through London.
Oh, jeez.
Oh yeah. On the way back, we walked into a tree, and that was not because I was blind. It was more because my mate was also blind drunk at that point. And that was like at 9 in the morning.
My craziest drinking story was I stayed out till I actually got home to my house at like 5 in the morning. So, it's getting absolutely hung out at this dude's house for like an hour, and then my mom kept calling me.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. Drinking will take you into some strange places, is all I'll say.
Yeah. But like having 2 liter plastic bottle of cider at like 3 in the morning on like a street corner was a pretty cool experience. And yeah, I can see that Ida with British pubs being sort of like the peak of rape culture, and that's
Jeez, I didn't know British pubs were rapey in particular. I mean, I thought that was just bars in particular. There's some weird people you'll see in bars.
I think it kind of depends on the bars, but I mean, okay, to be clear, like rape culture is everywhere, right? To put this
Well,
on like
sure.
a
Yeah.
to switch to a more darker theme for a moment, right? Rape culture is everywhere, and the problem is not so much that there's like dudes that are incredibly rapey. It's more that you have like a culture that kind of goes like, well, it's in a pub, what you expect. There's people that go like,
Oh.
well, it's on BookTube, what do you expect? It's people that go like, well,
Well, I didn't
that
think BookTube was super rapey though. Like,
well, we're living in a world where people are now making videos on like how many millions of dollars someone lost by someone else making a video talking about something, right? And at that point, we are in that larger culture that does, in fact, sort of like make it okay to do stuff that goes against consent. And we're not talking like different, specific legal terms or whatever, but like in a culture where people go like, well, a woman accused someone else, and now that other person has lost millions of dollars. Like that other person is still, worth millions of dollars. So, you know,
he'll be
who
fine. He'll
cares,
be
right?
chilling. He'll be
Yeah,
chilling. He'll be chilling with
and
his money.
and that's kind of the point. It's like you have a larger culture where we focus on the price that a person that crosses boundaries pays for crossing boundaries, and not about the cost that comes to the person whose boundaries were crossed. And that is the larger culture, and that's kind of where it's where we once again talk about like bars going like, well, if you go to a bar, someone's gonna someone's gonna touch you, and that's bad, but we all kind of know. And if you go there, we'll all blame you for going there because you kind of knew what you're getting into, and it's that
Then again,
larger
I mean,
culture around
I'm
that.
not a woman, so I mean, I'm sure it's much different being a woman and going to a bar than being a guy and walking into a bar. Ugh. Excuse me. Sorry, my throat got all dry all of a sudden.
No worries.
Oh my god. Chantel's just like, I got roofied one time. That's nuts. Fuck, man. That's the rule though. Don't ever take a drink from somebody you didn't see pour the fucking thing, right? Like which I mean, I don't know. Maybe someone will say that's victim blaming now, but because we're in a society,
Wait,
where it's like,
you drank with Shane McGowan? Holy fuck, biggest, yeah. That must have been scary. Holy shit.
I'm gonna look up who Shane McGowan is. Is he like is he like a rapist or some shit? Is he? Oh, oh wow, okay, yeah, he's a singer. Oh, he died. He died 2 years ago. Okay, that's.
He's
Or,
certainly a legend of both alcoholism and music. You might want to check out some of the songs that he was sort of involved with, and I'm sure you know some of them.
oh shit.
You may have
Sounds
heard
like he
about.
had some demons from the sounds of it.
But
Jesus
on the other hand,
Christ!
he wrote Fairy Tale of New York, and you may have heard of that one.
I have heard of I've heard Hosier sing that song. It's a good one.
Rum, Sodomy, and the Lash is an album I highly recommend.
Oh boy. Oh Lord. Everyone's talking about. I'm always like super paranoid about getting roofied, man. Like,
I think you're mostly safe because you're a dude. That's like, and that's like what
yeah. But it's happened to people I've known. Like, I've had friends who have been like, "Bro, I got roofied once. It was fucking crazy." I don't get how people could do that. Like, it's just fucked up, man. Some like Bill Cosby type shit, you know?
Yeah, but that's kind of the point. And how can I say this? Like, I'm a dude, right? Like, I've been in like punk and metal culture for like years, and I've never had like a
I'll be right
bad
back. I'm gonna get a
experience in a
drink real
bar.
quick.
Yeah, don't worry. I've had like I've certainly done irresponsible drinking a lot and stuff like that, but like nothing bad ever happened to me, and that's because I'm the kind of person I am. I look the kind of the way I look, and if I don't have a stick with me, people don't notice that I'm blind, and I'm good. But I know people that were with me in those situations that came out and afterwards told me about like how they felt like someone was creeping on them, touching them, all of the other stuff, right? And one of the things I find so difficult to explain to other dudes is like how easy it is to not notice things. And we talk about privilege a lot and there's always people making fun of like leftists talking about like I have to acknowledge this privilege and this privilege and this privilege, and we do that. And the problem is that shit's real and you don't notice until it actually kind of gets like smacked in your face in a lot of ways. And I don't know what to do about that and like how to explain it. But like, yeah, it's incredibly easy to overlook stuff just because you are like a different person and people treat you different by the way you look, the way you act, or whatever. And someone standing right next to you will get like absolutely fucking harassed, and you don't notice because you're kind of in your own box in a way. And I don't know what to do about that. Like, I mean, it's fucked up, but it's like, I guess the point is like, talk to other people from different places and that are different from you, and actually, believe them when they say that they felt harassed, that they felt, someone was crossing a boundary or whatever.
Why is everyone telling roofied stories now? I just walked back and everyone's like, "Oh shit, I got roofied once." I'm like, "Oh my uncle got roofied." I'm like, "What? What is this?" What's that? Nice. I'm always shocked when like how common these things are. When shit like this happens, and then there's people who are like, "Oh yeah, that's just like a thing." I don't get it. I mean, I don't really do drugs. I mean, the only drugs I've smoked weed a couple times, but like that's kind of a. But I would like to try a type of psychedelic at some point, or hallucinogen. Yeah, that could be fun. But that's about it. Rafa, you seem like a guy who may have done a hallucinogen at one point in your life. I don't know.
I
It
have
seems
not.
like a. Oh, you have not. All right. Well, I assumed badly. I should just put a bag over my head and
I
go
mean,
into hiding.
I would totally do that. It just never came up in a situation where where was feasible or whatever. But
So
like,
out of all the metal and punk shows you've been in, no one's ever walked up to you and gone, "Hey, you want some acid?" or something like that. I don't know. Guess not.
not in a situation where I was able to say yes,
Mm.
is what I'm saying. Like I've been offered, I've people have offered me all kinds of drugs over the years, but sometimes there's a situation where like, yeah, like I'd love to, but not right now because I have something I really need to do, and I'm on tour with a band. I need to make sure that that band gets into the band and does all the things, so I can't just like
Mm.
do whatever, right? For example, or I'm already so fucking wrecked after being in London from pub to pub for like 15 hours, and you're offering me cocaine at like 3 in the morning in the
Oh my
backstage area
god,
of a band
dude.
of a club, and I'm like, nah, I already just like took your weed. I'm not gonna take the cocaine at the same time.
Somehow that doesn't shock me. I've smelled my good share of weed at concerts. No, yeah, other drugs. I'm like, man, I don't want to. Like, you could ruin your life doing drugs, man.
Hey Nexi, how are you doing? You are going to Europe, right? Are you already here, or are you still over in Texas?
Well, yeah, I get that. I'm not, good Lord, I'm not like one of those, like, have you ever seen those, like, anti-drug PSAs from back in the day where, like, a dude's just, like, sitting around doing nothing and some, like, shady-looking guy walks up and's like, hey, you want some cocaine? Like that. Like that. I get that. You don't have to, I know I'm not going to say, someone's like, hey, you want some cocaine? I'm probably going to say no. Weed's a very interesting experience, though. I've only been properly high once, but you feel like you're floating, you know. And I fell asleep. So there you go.
That's a very common experience with certain drugs. Yeah, God, that was like a couple of years ago. I was in Athens, and we were hanging out at one of my friends' place who had a bar in Exarchia, and then we went to his neighbor, who's a bouzouki player, and we smoked some weed there, and we smoked some weed there, and we smoked some other weed, and then we took a taxi to a different place where there was like a traditional rebetiko concert, and we smoked some more weed, and it was like 5 or something until we came back. Interesting stuff happening in Athens. Like, also check out rebetiko if you have never heard rebetiko. It's a bit like a Portuguese fado, but in Greek, and it's a very good thing to get incredibly stoned to for reasons.
Yeah, that's why those that's why those PSAs are so stupid. Like, that's not how that works, you know. Those anti-drug. It's not like your buddy at high school is just gonna walk up to you one day and he goes like, "Hey, buddy, you want some heroin?" And you're like, "No," like, dude. But I've heard it happen. I've heard people, gone like, "Here's a pill," and then they die because it's like fentanyl, and fentanyl's nuts. So yeah, that's why I'm not. That's why I don't do drugs, people. Don't do drugs, kids, as they say.
So like I've never asked you that, Nexi. Like, where in
I like how we're
Poland
just
are
talking
you
about
going?
drugs
Like,
now.
uh, which part of Poland are you going to, Nexi? Just like out of curiosity, as someone who has been to Poland a couple of times, and only to very specific parts of Poland is what I'm saying. But also I've drunk some of the worst beers that Poland has, and that's saying a lot. Like, yeah.
Sorry, my mother was talking to me. Now, if someone does randomly offer you like cocaine, I'm sure it's probably roofied. I don't know how you would roofie cocaine, but I imagine it's possible.
Now, like in my situation, it was like we were hanging out in the backstage area of a specific club in London that I will not mention by name, and because one of my friends was working there on the bar, and we just came in after our like day long pub crawl because my other friend was used to work there before, and then we just hung out with like everyone from the club in the backstage area, and everyone was drinking still and smoking weed, and then someone was passing around cocaine at that point. So it was not roofied or anything. It was just like being accidentally part of a group that was already doing that anyway, and at that point, everyone offered it to me as well because being polite and everything. Ah, and Wrocław. I've been to Wrocław once for a concert of Poland's number one blues rock band, which is Gem, which is really cool and has been around forever.
I can't say I've been to Poland, but I hear a lot of people fight about Poland. So I mean, in history anyway, and also, damn it, what's her name? Vera is from Poland, so
Yeah.
I know that, but that's about
Oh,
it.
Big Gosh. Yeah. I know that one.
Raph, do you like fall under the opinion that if drugs were legalized, a lot of like the like trade would go away? Because I've never been entirely sure about that thought process.
Um, it kind of depends. So for stuff like weed, I think like legalizing weed is a good thing to do because on the one hand, legalizing weed is a good thing to do for like really hard stuff like heroin and whatever. I think that actually having dispensaries like pharmacies dispense it to people is a
As,
good thing to do because
oh,
you want to make sure that the people that are actually addicted to stuff get like get things medically clean and whatever, and you have people around to help them to make sure that no one dies and make sure that people have access to ways of getting out of that addiction. And I mean, we do have that in Germany. We do have a lot of like places where people can take the stuff they have bought somewhere no one asks, but there's still like medical personnel that makes sure that no one ODs and there's no one around, and you have like dispensaries for at least clean needles to make sure that to make it as safe as possible because it shit happens. People have addictions, and you want to make sure that it doesn't kill people because society has decided to not care about people. So I think like making sure that there is sort of some level of control is a good thing, and legalizing is one way where you can actually have control versus just like cracking down on anyone who's selling it, because someone's going to sell it and there's always going to be a black market. But like legalizing it in the sense of like regulating it is, I think, a good approach. But that's like me personally as someone who has not been addicted to any hard drugs, so what do I know, right?
I like how the conversation's gone into drugs. I didn't mean to set the conversation to drugs, but it was just kind of when we started talking about drinking, it just kind of wacky drinking stories gone into drugs. Yeah, no. That's always my thing though. I'm like, would legalizing something like heroin actually be a good thing for society? I mean, maybe in the past, maybe there was some good stuff about it, but I don't know, man. Like it doesn't sit right with me for whatever reason.
That is unfortunately true, Nexi. Like, one of my ex-partners was Polish, and yes, everyone makes fun of Big Gosh.
Damn, I didn't know Germany had a opioid crisis. We have one over here in America because good God, the conglomerates for like the medical conglomerates are corrupt as all hell. Chadia puts it nice. We went from smut to drugs.
Regulation is socialism. I understand that.
But is it though? That's the real thing, right? Because it's like, there's like the Gilded Age. There's a lot of really bad stuff that happened during that. So hey, regulation, not a horrible idea. Could you go too far with it? Of course, but still, I mean, having somebody go like, yeah, it's probably not a good idea, isn't always a bad thing. I think. Which I guess makes me a socialist now. I don't know. Even
And
though I'm not.
Ida, thank you, thank you. And yes, I agree. It's really cool that we can have this kind of conversation here and be open about it and understand that yes, it's bad, but also it's something that does happen, and you know.
Wow, I didn't know meth's a big problem out here in Oklahoma too. Because you know, like you said earlier, there's a bunch of planes, and well, what are you gonna do? You get bored.
See, Chantal, I guess Bex was right. These chats are very much like a campfire or party conversation where everyone hangs out and just like talks about whatever comes up. Also, sorry, Kadia. When you said like we went from smut to drugs, I have to put in like another music reference. I don't know if anyone here knows a band called the Murder City Devils. If not, check them out. They were really, unfortunately, there were some really bad drug problems with their main singer, like really serious, like hard drug problems. But they have this one song that is called "Rum to Whiskey," and we went from smut to drugs. I'm like,
This weird conversation.
so no,
Yeah,
like here's the thing, like check out their album. I need to check what the album is called. It's really good. It's sort of like strange sort of post-punk stuff with like a Hammond organ also playing along, and more like sort of half sung, half spoken word stuff. It's weird, but the album cover, the album artwork is really cool. So you have like the album artwork of Murder City Devils of the album, which I need to find out what the title is because I own that. But
Jesus Christ. Next, he's like, it's funny. My teacher of my podcast class,
yeah,
his ex-wife was a meth addict, and I'm like, so I asked him one day, while we were in class, I'm like, so which he also runs a show about methamphetamine because it's like a big thing out here in Oklahoma. That's a big problem out here where I'm at, and I'm like, so like, how does that work? Because like, I don't think most people get up in the morning going like, I'm gonna get meth today. And then there were some people who were joking like, well, there are people who do that, but okay, I'm like, okay, fine, but like most normal like people don't get up most days and go and I'm gonna smoke some meth today. And he told us the story about his wife getting on methamphetamine. I'm like, Jesus, man, like that's a pretty hardcore drug. Damn, dude. uh
yeah, meth and crack are more of a problem. Yeah, okay. So the album is called "In Name and Blood" by the Murder City Devils, and the song is called "Rum to Whiskey." And what is really cool is like the cover art, like the general album artwork is you have the entire band artwork, and like every musician in the band is sort of like a the pictures are very much like the what's it called? Pictures you take at a murder case, and you have like the pictures you take of a body and stuff like that. It's really cool, and it's long before other people did that. By which other people I mean like Amanda Palmer. Anyway, point is, check out the Murder City Devils if you haven't yet. It's very fucked up music. Highly recommend it though. It's really good for fucked up music.
Yeah, my friend Slay is a big metal is a fan of like black metal, and he really made me appreciate the fact that my God, there are some really screwed up people who make metal music. My God, man. Like he was telling me one he liked went to jail recently for like, CP. And I was like, "Oh my God, man."
The guy
That
from
hurt.
the guy from Inquisition, right?
I think that's the one, yeah. I'm just like, "My God." And I listened to one of their songs. I'm like, "Yep, that sounds really evil and sinister as all hell. That checks out."
I think
Awesome
that's.
awesome cover art though for the albums. Like, why does metal get all the awesome cover art? Uh,
I think the main point is that metal bands, no matter the specific subgenre, and I'm not a fan of Inquisition. I've never been a fan of Inquisition. I'm aware of the fact that they exist. I know about the CP stuff and whatever. Um, Metal bands do in fact care about artwork and have always cared about artwork, which is why you get a lot of that kind of stuff. Which is you have metal bands that are incredibly happy that they get a Michael Whelan cover because they're all nerds and they've all read those Moorcock paperbacks in the 70s, and now they're incredibly happy to have the same kind of artwork on their album cover. And the same way with a lot of like Frazetta artworks that you have like on a lot of metal covers, because everyone has read like their 70s Conan paperbacks, and they're like, I want to get like a Frank Frazetta cover artwork. And they care about artwork in a way that like single driven pop music doesn't care about artwork stuff. And
like
I
how
think that's
Bex
like a
just
big deal.
like how Bex just casually mentions I was given ketamine. What? Oh my God. I've heard ketamine will fucking get you going, man. I mean, I'm not. Ugh.
Well, I mean, apparently you can take ketamine and be the richest person in the world and kind of fuck up an entire country. So I don't know if that's good or bad.
Oh, are you talking about? Yeah, Elon Musk is a freak, man. Like that dude's a freak of nature. Like he has 13 kids, man. 1-3. That is double digits. That is ridiculous. I'm just like, good lord, man. That child support must be ridiculous.
Yeah, what you gonna do? Like,
Though I've heard he's like not the like best dad, so that's not good. Not It's not
like
cash money.
what do you expect? Like even Elon's dad wasn't a good dad either. It runs in the family and has run in the family for a long time.
Oh, 14 now. 14 kids. It's ridiculous. That is insane. I guess he's just laying pipe across the nation. It's insane. Across the world, I guess, because, he's South African originally.
You know what's good about heroin? It's a German invention. It's that good old made in Germany thing about heroin. I mean,
Oh, my
that's
God. And he gets,
yeah.
like, these, like, banging women, too, and I'm like, I mean, I won't say, like, Elon's ugly, but, like, what are you doing? How does
Selden
that work?
Lycurgus. What a fucking nerd. It's like, and I feel bad because I know who Lycurgus is, but like, I'm pretty sure Elon Musk doesn't understand what he's doing there. Like, fuck that. And Selden, I'm pretty sure that's because he's read fucking Foundation and doesn't understand Foundation the same way he doesn't actually understand the culture, right?
Oh, Lycurgus was a lawgiver in Sparta. That's weird.
Yeah, Lycurgus is the fictional sort of like mythical lawgiver of Sparta. Yes, and Selden is obviously the surname of Harry Selden, the guy who invents
Yeah, I've heard
psych
that
history
origin.
in five. Yeah.
I've heard that, Ori, but man, there's so much hearsay nowadays, and the internet is such like a place for hearsay. I don't know what's true anymore. You know how sad that is, Raph? We don't even fucking know what the truth is anymore. That's how freaking big the internet's gotten, and that's how badly misinformation's scrolling around. Which I guess I'm a bad journalist for admitting that, but it's. But yeah, I have heard that they are from tubes. I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, maybe it is.
Well, Ida, I really hope that drummer is not Lars Ulrich. I really hope that, because holy shit, that's a bad drummer. Nothing wrong with the name Lars, though. Seldom like her, because that's
Who's Sheldon?
yeah.
I know you've roasted him over his. I
Harry,
should note
Harry,
I've not
Harry,
read.
Harry Seldon is the inventor of psychohistory and thus sort of like the background character for the Foundation series by Isaac Asimov.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I thought you were. Well, you referenced not Foundation. Damn it, the Ian Banks one, Culture.
The culture, yes, and he doesn't understand the
I thought
culture.
I thought you were saying that he named his kid after the culture.
Now,
Which,
now
hey, maybe I
I
don't know.
assume Seldon in this case is because of Harry Seldon. It may be something else. I don't know. But if your kid is named Seldon like Hergus, you're setting that kid up to have like get so many fucking swirlies in its like high school days. It's
Hey, I
insane.
think that's a cool name. I mean, I don't know. I think it's a unique name. I mean, it's not that kid he had with Grimes where I can't even fucking pronounce that name. What's it like? I don't even know if I want to know the name.
Yes, of course, Nazis loved like Hergus. That's the point, right? And Kadia is right. It doesn't
So
matter how
now
the kid.
it's
Yeah,
even more confirmed that Elon is a Nazi at this point.
it's not exactly a secret at this point, is it? But I want to make
Well,
this
he
very
did
clear.
kind of hail Hitler everybody the other day, so I mean,
Yeah, I'm,
about a
I'm,
month ago.
yeah,
So
but like I want to point this out. What Kadia said. It's like, who cares? Like the way that kid was made doesn't matter. That's yeah, that's very personal, and it doesn't actually matter in any way, shape, or form. Also, the kid has no choice in like whose kid it is, right? So it doesn't matter. But like Selden, like Hergus, like change your name as soon as possible to become someone else and move out of that orbit if you
like
can.
imagine being like the son or daughter or I don't know what they call it if you're non-binary, but imagine being like a child of Elon Musk and just rubbing your head when you see him like do his weird shit on the news. You're just like, Jesus Christ, that's my dad on the screen there. Maybe they're not embarrassed. I don't know. Maybe they're just like, oh, it's my dad. I don't fucking know. It's on Joe Rogan the other day, so I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. Remember back when his biggest controversy was smoking weed on Joe Rogan?
Mhm.
Like people were like mad about that. It's just like, oh, the fuck.
I've never listened to an entire episode of Joe Rogan because I really can't stand his voice. He's so much like the stoner bro, and
I'm really
he's
picky about
annoying.
what Joe Rogan I watch. I watch like when he has like Joey Diaz on, it's generally gonna be a good time because Joey Diaz is fucking hilarious. But yeah, I'm because like a lot of the time like he gets like really out there fucking people on his podcast. So you're just like,
I
oh.
thought right now he's only getting like fascists on and agrees with them and goes about like how Elon Musk is pretty cool. So yeah, it's like
Hello, kitty cat.
I know he named his rockets after the culture, but he doesn't understand the culture because the culture is kind of socialist. Dare I say that?
Well, it's post scarcity, so I mean, post scarcity isn't like
Yes, but Ian Banks was a lifetime member of the
Well, I
Socialist
know he was
Party.
a socialist. I mean, I don't think post scarcity is inherently socialist. Was my point I was making. Yeah, I remember seeing that he said he lost his child to the woke mind virus. I'm like, okay, buddy, it's like I don't know. I won't get into that whole conversation, even though we're already. Yeah, Grimes is pretty cool. I mean, she's kind of gone off the rails in recent years, but she has some fun. She has some fun music. She's a pretty good artist too.
See, okay, Ida. Here's the thing, right? Like I've seen Metallica once. No, I've seen Metallica twice, and Lars Ulrich is a really bad drummer, and I've
Wait, a
seen them
pedo
once.
submarine thing? What was that? What was the pedo submarine thing, Ori? Give more context. I've not heard of this.
Okay, you figure that one out, and I talk about the thing that connects the drummer thing because like so I've seen Metallica twice, and once was really, really bad, and that was when Lars Ulrich was drumming, and I've seen that another time, and that other time was Lars Ulrich got food poisoning, so he couldn't play, but their opening band was Slipknot, so the drummer of Slipknot played drums for Metallica, and for once in their entire fucking career, Metallica were actually, in time and everything. So I guess now I also know what your son is called. But anyway, I'm not a big fan of Slipknot at all. But that's maybe a me thing.
Oh, you don't like Get Down with the Sickness? You know that it's just like,
Yeah, but that is Disturbed. So
oh, that's Disturbed. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. They're all the same at this point, guys. Metallica, Disturbed, Slipknot. I don't fucking know anymore. I'm not a metal guy, clearly, so you can just ignore me on that. Oh man. No, so you don't like Joe Rogan's voice. I hear you. I mean, I wouldn't have pegged you as a Joe Rogan aficionado, to be honest, because it doesn't seem like the type of thing you would be like, man, that's some good shit. Like, if you ever said I like Joe Rogan, I would be just completely shocked out of my mind. But
yeah,
why is
the pedo submarine thing. If you don't know about that, Britain, that was when there was that kids
how is
like
that a
football
pedo
team in.
submarine though? That doesn't that just seems kind of like, oh, he called the diver a pedophile. Oh, okay,
Yeah, that's the part.
that
Like he
makes
he
sense
he he
now.
he came up with this idea of like putting everyone in like a steel tube and pushing them through the kind of thing, and the divers go like, "No, that's a dumb idea because that steel tube doesn't work." So Elon's idea was to just call the people that actually saved the kids pedophiles, which yeah, maybe don't.
Yeah, don't do that, Elon. That's not nice. It's not a nice thing to do. I mean, that's probably an understand. I didn't hear about that. Yeah, it's funny you said you don't like his voice. It reminds me when we talked about Metallica that one time. I'm like, so I mean, I don't know if you think of Metallica as like normie, but Metallica's fun. And you're like, oh yeah, it's fine. I just don't like the guy's voice.
I love the fact that the wrench apparently also gives you the power to actually post links.
Oh my god. So much, so much. I've seen those ugly ass Tesla cars driving around. I just look at them and I'm like, dude, we're in the fucking future, man. We're there. All those dystopian novels everyone wrote about. We're there, man. Like, I can't even go like, I mean, we're not in 1984 yet, but I mean, we're in the future. We're in like Black Mirror right now. Dimitrek's like, oh no, come back to Elon Musk talk. I mean, he likes science fiction, so that's pretty cool. But aside from that, I don't know if I mean, though, from what Raph says, he's like he doesn't get the culture. I haven't read the culture, so I don't know. So
The culture is really good. I highly recommend people read the culture. It's all about cool shit happening, also cannibalism and other fun things.
I agree, Daniel. You want to know? A scarier. I think Brave New World is a scarier dystopia than 1984 could ever be, because it's like, you know, I've had Barbara Ann by the Beach Boys stuck in my head for the last couple weeks, so that's been fun. The Beach Boys, they made some earworms, man.
Yeah, very much so. So here's the thing: like I've seen Trivium a couple of times, and I really don't like Trivium that much. I have that one album that everyone enjoyed at the time, where Anthem is on, and they were opening band for no support band, so second opening band for Iron Maiden on the. Let me think.
Defying Gravity always makes me think back to my high school choir because we sang it for like the last concert we did during
Okay, cool.
my
Um,
senior year. Fun
Thing
times.
is, what's his face? The main guy, Matt Heafy, is a really cool dude, and he does some really cool shit. Absolutely love him. Nice people. Trivium. I just really don't like the music, but they were opening for Iron Maiden on the. Is it called Beyond Death and Life? Whatever that album that has. I saw them in Dortmund, and they were
Oh, what were you
Trivium were
asking?
opening for
Oh,
them for at that show.
I
It's
have not
very.
read Nick Land, so I don't know. Let me look up Nick. That name sounds familiar, but I don't think I've read him. So or her. I don't freaking know.
I avoid Nick Land because he's a fucking fascist. I think that's the guy, and unless I'm mistaking the name, but I think Nick
Oh,
Land is the guy
he's
who's
part of what's
that's
called the Dark Enlightenment. So basically,
yeah,
like
he's a fucking
right wing
fascist. Is what I'm
nuttery,
saying.
as it's
But
known.
I think Nick Land is one of the people that sort of like people like what's his face Jobin motherfucking Mencius Moldbug fascists are building on, and yeah, hate those people. I don't think I've read like any like longer stuff than like a blog post or whatever by Nick Land though.
Um, Peggy Sue, the Buddy Holly song. Okay, I'll have to listen to that later because I like. I'm a weird man, Raph. I like old music. I don't know. I don't know why. Just I've always been drawn to it. If it's like 50 years older than me, I'm down. But I do like Radiohead. Radiohead's pretty dope. I don't know if you've listened to Radiohead, but I don't know if I mean I know filk is a thing, but if there's ever like a thing known as like actual science fiction music, I would say that like Radiohead has made it because like Kid A and OK Computer, they sound like albums you could listen to in the future.
Yeah. Uh, like uh, it kind of depends on how you define science fiction, right? Like when it comes to music, like obviously there's I think like some of the gothic stuff does go into like the more like cyber things, like the post rock gothic stuff. There's some very cyberish things. Um,
No, it's
I
just like
personally am not a
it's
big
like
fan of like electronic stuff. I like more like analog sounds, like analog synthesizers, like good Moog synthesizers from the 70s. That's kind of my thing. Although today I have re-entered my glam rock orbit, and I've been listening to a lot of really cool what's his face Eclipse from Sweden. Uh, Before that, I was listening to also from Sweden. I went to a concert last week. The amazing, and I urge you all to listen to the incredible the Night Flight Orchestra. Really good stuff. It's like a bunch of like melodic death metal musicians deciding to do 70s disco, hard rock, glam rock stuff. It's so good. It's also
no.
like
She's written a lot about 80s. Oh, she's written a lot about the history of like comics. This could be interesting. Elizabeth Sandifer. I'm not heard of her, but she writes about comics. So I'll probably read some stuff. Oh yeah, it is a line for Barbara Ann. I'm sorry, my brain is just not on it right now. I've heard Janelle Monáe's has like I know she's a big like sci-fi fan. I know that Grimes is also a big sci-fi fan too. Like I mean, I don't know. Like listen to damn what's that song? It's not Kid A. It's idiot or idiot-esque or something. I think it's how it's pronounced. I'm like, that's some weird like that's some like sci-fi shit, right? Like there's like sci-fi noises. Like that's sci-fi noises right there. I don't know. It's weird to say. I mean, it's not like Filk, where it's like explicitly about science fiction fantasy
Hmm.
concepts, but it's kind of like how prog rock and metal are like those are genres I associate with fantasy. You know, like if fantasy music existed, it would be something kind of like that. Again, without being Filk, because Filk is a whole other thing.
My favorite Felix song is a Discworld Felix song, which is a song that gets mentioned in the book that you've just read, and you've already passed the part. But there's a very good Felix version of a wizard's staff has a knob on the end, which is of course a wonderful song.
You know what? You know what's a good book? Guards. At least I'm enjoying it so far. I'm only about 150 pages in, so there we go. I'm kind of a sucker for for concept albums. You know, I like albums that have a theme. You know.
Hmm.
Oh, Ori was telling me clipping. I've not heard of clipping. I'll have to try out clipping at some point if they have music like I don't know. I need to listen to some more Radiohead. Like I want to listen to In Rainbows at some point because I've heard that's a great album. Um, yeah, I'm more of like a prog guy anyway. So I mean, Raph's more the metal expert. So don't ask me about metal. I don't really know that much about it. Now, if you ask me about well, I get that it's probably meant. I don't want to yell it. I don't want to yell it out. You know, it seems kind of inappropriate. I don't want to scare Raph.
Hmm?
Like fuck, man. Like guards.
Guards! I don't know. You do the break. It's like guards. Which one though, Ida? The first one or the old one, still narrated by Nigel Planer, which is really really cool, or the new one, which I still haven't listened to because I bought the old one. I'm not going to spend money on the new one.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting a brief history of Seven Killings soon on audio because I'm really wanting to do a immersion read on that one. Yeah, you know, I was, it's funny. I was talking with Raph about that the other day. I'm like, there are some moments in here where, like, because Pratchett loves his wordplay. There are some
Yeah.
moments where it kind of seems like he's trying a bit too hard to be funny. When I'm like, dude, you're already pretty funny though. So it's like, but it's probably like a subjective humor thing. So I can let it go. There are sometimes I'm like, it didn't land that time. There's some moments like there's a bar fight pretty early on in the book that is hilarious. I love that scene.
Um, there's a really good bit in at the beginning of like Guards, like fairly early on, that is so fucking. I've been talking about that before, and I will always remember, like, mention it again and again and again and again because it's so clever, and it's Pratchett doing Pratchett things, right? When Vimes goes to the for the first time, looks at the watch building, and it says and he talks about the inscription, which is Fabricate Diem PVNC, and you're like, and Fred Colin translates that as to protect and serve. And if you try to translate Fabricate Diem PVNC, and you understand that the V is supposed to be a U, it means make my day, punk. Which is obviously
I
a
didn't even notice that.
yeah, but that's the point. He makes a really dumb Latin joke, and at the same time goes like, "Make
That's
my day,
awesome.
make my
I
day,
missed
punk."
that. I didn't even. I know what you're talking about, but I didn't connect that. That's hilarious.
It's like, make my day, punk, and they translate it as to protect and serve, which is a very poignant critique of American police ideas. and
I
a
love
really dumb joke about Latin at the same time. And it's so, and that's like, that's Pratchett doing Pratchett things, right? They're like, holy shit, that's smart.
I love that the librarian is an orangutan, considering my love for primates. So that's always fun. And the
He
fact that
can
it can't speak English, like it makes like
he,
it makes like ape
he
noises.
says ook, and here's the important thing. Ook is in fact a Turing complete programming language, Ook, which is just different versions of Ook built on, that specific thing. And you can technically, if you really want to, which is, takes a
Yeah,
lot of effort, but you can
another
do
really
anything in Ook. You can write anything in just Ooks. It just takes a long time, but it's a programming language that someone built, and there's compilers for that. If you
another one
if
of
you feel
my
like it.
another one of my like great funny moments I really like is when the Praetorian, or how is it pronounced? The leader of the, is it Praetorian or is it Putarian?
Hmm?
The leader of Ankh
Oh, the
more
patrician.
the patrician. Thank you. When the patrician and his secretary are hanging out, and he's like, "Bloody weird thing happened today. The thief got arrested." And Praetorian and patrician goes, "Well, what for?" He's like, "Well, for doing his job." Or something like that. I'm badly paraphrasing it, but that's like when Carrot first shows up and starts arresting people, and everyone's just like, "Dude, like it doesn't work like that."
Nexi, I don't know how much of the humor gets lost in translation. I've read some of them in German and they were okay. But it really, really depends on like the translator and how willing they are to sort of like step out of something to make the joke work. Which is like one of those like really interesting things. Like example for like how you can make a really dumb joke translate and make sense. Futurama example. If you remember the Futurama episode where everyone has to travel, where Fry eats the egg salad sandwich and has the worms in his guts, right? And then everyone has to travel in there to fight. And Fry has to, you know, travel into his own body to fight the worms to get his body back and be less of like a successful person because the worms kind of make him smart and everything, right? And there's a scene in there, and the worm in his guts calls themselves, whatever, the mayor of Cologne. Now, Cologne is, of course, a city in Germany. And, of course, also means, a certain part of your guts, which is a dumb joke in English. Now, they translated that for the German version of of Futurama into Ich bin der Bürgermeister von Darmstadt. Now, here's the thing. Darmstadt is a city in Germany. It's about 90 kilometers away from where I live right now. The thing is, though, Darm is the German word for Cologne. So Darmstadt literally means Cologne, but in German. So they changed the city, but the joke actually works in German because they changed the city name in that. And that's kind of something you need to do with like a lot of like Pratchett translations to make the jokes work. And some translators are able to do that, and some are not. And since I don't speak Polish beyond saying "Moja małpa jest niebieska," um, I don't know how good the translations of Terry Pratchett in Polish are.
I'm really liking Vimes though at the moment, because he's kind of like the like jaded noir protagonist in this
Mm,
like really weird wacky setting. And I'm like, oh, that's neat, you know.
mm.
Well, Chadia, I'm sure you know this already, but Raph made a video ranting about the new circus audiobooks for Lord of the Rings, which was pretty fun. I enjoyed it.
Here's the thing, like I'm pretty sure I would enjoy those. I just don't want to spend money on them. But I thought I had like a larger point in there beyond just being mad about the Andy Circus thing, and everyone was, oh, that's so good because they sound like the movies. Is that a good thing though?
But Is it though? That's the real question. Yeah, no, it's yeah, that would be fun. We're talking about Poland. I'm like, man, we need to get well, I say noir for like I say noir as like a shorthand because that's what I'm familiar with. But yeah, it's basically a police procedural. Even though I mean, there's probably a history there that'll be played with in future installments, or maybe even in this book. But um, Vimes is he's kind of that jaded noir protagonist because he's kind of late. He's kind of he's jaded. He gets drunk a lot. He's kind of in a not a great spot in his life.
Yes, there's a Worms in Germany too, which is where the Nibelung story takes place in the Song of the Nibelungs, which is the one big epic poem of German origin that everyone kind of knows about or doesn't, which is about Siegfried and the dragon and all that stuff, and that's in Worms, which is South Hesse, which is somewhere between Frankfurt and Mannheim, which is the city where I grew up, and it's about 90 minutes away from where I live, and the next village to Worms, and this is one of
I
those
didn't
like
even
really
know there was a
stupid things.
Discworld noir game. So
I I've heard it's a really good game. I gotta tell you that though. So on the way from Frankfurt to Worms, if you take a train, which is what I usually do, the next village to Worms has in German the best fucking name for really dumb pickup lines that you can imagine. The next village is called Groß Rohrheim. Now, groß means large or big or huge, like, big. And Rohr is the word for tube or pipe. And Heim just means village. So it's the big pipe village. And you can do with that whatever you want. I'm just saying that's next to Worms, a place I've been to, which has like some really cool ruins and a really like castle walls and stuff that has been broken down at this point. Also, place where a bunch of like really really bad pogroms happened in the Middle Ages. Just to be clear, it's it's Germany. It's a town on the Rhine. At some point, Germans on their way to the Middle East decided to murder a bunch of Jews because that's what Germans do.
Tori made a video the other day speaking on this murder mystery thing because she's been reading a lot of murder mysteries recently because she said she was getting burned out on fantasy, which it happens. And I'm like, I just kind of, I'm one of those people who gets real anal about like genre classifications. So I'm like, well, what kind of murder mysteries? There's a lot, there's distinctions, like there's the Agatha Christie super English, murder mysteries. There's noir. There's like Scooby-Doo kind of murder mysteries. Well, does Scooby-Doo do murder mysteries? I mean, I
The
know
thing
Family
with
Guy did
Scooby,
that
the,
gag
the thing
once.
about Scooby Doo is like that Scooby Doo has one thing right, and that is landlords are the absolute fucking evil and need to be destroyed. As as someone on the left, I very much salute Scooby Doo for actually being Marxist propaganda.
I didn't even make that connection, but yeah, I guess.
No, no, it's landlords. The rentier class is the evil, and Scooby Doo is doing that.
Yeah,
Maybe
she does make clickbait titles. It's still a good video though, and I'm like, I literally was like, I'm like, guys, that's what I always try to tell. I mean, not that I should speak because I've only written one complete novel as of the recording of this stream. But I always tell people if you're gonna write, read as widely as possible because not only will your fiction get better, but you'll also become a better reader overall. Because I mean, take like you'll read if you're like a fan of fantasy. If you read stuff like noir, you'll start reading Joe Abercrombie and go like, oh, so that's where he was pulling all that stuff from. You know, I'm a nerd for that stuff, so take that up to. I do think though, when you read other genres, it makes you appreciate the genre you love even more. I
yeah.
think, and I think makes you a better reader and writer overall. In my humble opinion, of course. I could be wrong.
Yeah, Bex, sorry to hear that, and I hope you feel better soon. Like
Yeah,
seriously,
same, Bex. Hope you're feeling better. It's
get
I hate getting sick, man.
get better soon, and yeah, just wanted to make that clear. Around here, we take care of everyone. If you are feeling bad, we are very, very sorry.
I mean, you can read Jeff Vandermeer. He's done some good climate change related stuff. You know what's funny? I commented on Facebook the other day of someone who was talking about Jeff Vandermeer, and I'm like, I think he's the best science fiction writer living today. And then someone commented in response, "Have you read The Culture?" And I'm like, oh, I bet Raph would find that hilarious.
I have not watched any of Tori's videos recently. I've seen her like why you should stop reading fantasy, and I'm like, I'm not gonna watch that because it's gonna make me angry, and I don't want to reply to that because then I'll
It's
be
a
angry.
little clickbaity. It's not really it's not really what it sounds like, to be
Yeah,
honest.
I know it's not gonna be that, but I know I'll disagree, and I know Tori is beloved by everyone, and I just don't want to, right now I don't have the energy to get into like a dumb argument with everyone while there's like important arguments to be had with everyone. I'm like,
Well, as
look,
long as you don't threaten to punch her in the face, I think we're good.
look, I don't want to. I would never threaten her to punch her in the face because she lives in a different country on a different fucking continent, and there's no way I could actually,
Oh shit! What the fuck?
I could
Sorry.
actually, come through on that fucking threat, and I will not make empty threats. So why would I threaten her with that? It's like, unless I'm suddenly in fucking Minnesota, I will not threaten Tori with punching her in the face because why would I? It's, it's meaningless. So I'm not watching that because I think she's wrong, but I don't want to argue with someone that beloved for someone for like no reason. Like, look, I think reading fantasy is a good way to learn about the world, to be a better person, you just have to read the right books and then decide to be an anarchist. And I'm happy to help you there, but if you go like, this is why you shouldn't read fantasy because whatever,
Like I
then that's
said,
on you.
the title is a bit clickbaity, which I have a problem with. But what are you gonna do? I'm not, not a clickbaity titles are kind of a pet peeve of mine. Though I should admit I have indulged in it a couple times. Though in my
Ida,
defense, when I've clickbaited, it's actually about the thing I'm doing a video about. So, you know.
um, Ida, please tell everyone the title of your book because I know about it. But yes, read Ida's
Yeah,
book.
she sent me a copy. I need to read that soon.
It's an
I'm sorry,
SPS
Ida. I've been busy.
SPSFC semifinalist, quarterfinalist, whatever.
Isn't
Read
that the
Ida's book, but please tell everyone about your book because I'm not sure that most people actually know about it, and I'm not good about like advertising or anything. But right now, there's like some people in this chat that may not know about the fact that you've actually written a book and published the book and all of that. So please tell everyone about your book so people can actually get it.
I like how in my "Please Don't Idolize Me" video, I ended up getting a bunch of comments just memeing about about me being about idolizing me. I'm just like, oh Lord, I should have expected it. I hang out with a bunch of meme-worthy individuals. But no, but like generally when I've indulged in clickbait, it's about the video I'm doing a video on. Like I mean, climate fiction is kind of a type of sci-fi, isn't it? Because it's speculating about where we might be if we let climate change get all out of hand. Be right
I think
back, real
that
quick.
climate fiction is a really important thing. I would recommend reading The Ministry of the Future for the Future by Kim Stanley Robinson. It's not a good book, but you should still read it. So, by which I mean the fiction part of it is not really good. The characters suck. The plot is not very good, but the rest is really important and it's really good. And you should read it because it's a very good sort of like roadmap of what a slightly more socialist idea of like how we could maybe mitigate some of the effects of climate change and how we could maybe find a way to deal with something that's going to happen no matter what at this point, how that could work. So read that book. It also is about some people assassinating the billionaire owners of the kind of companies that are still very much fucking the planet. But that's like just like a small part of it. The main part is about like how to actually get shit done. Also, there's something about crypto coins that I don't think has aged too well. But yeah, read that book. It's a good one, is what I'm saying.
Oh, what was I gonna say? Oh, Kim Stanley Robinson. He
Mhm.
likes Philip K. Dick, so he's okay in my books, even if he is a dirty socialist. But I can live with that.
I mean, Kim Stanley Robinson is a really good guy. He's a really good author. He's also
I
someone
want to
who
read
does.
his Mars stuff actually. On the
Ooh,
serious though,
yeah, good choice. He's
because
also
I read
someone.
like the first page of his Red Mars book, and I'm like, this is really evocatively written. I'll put that on my. I'm gonna read that. I want to read that at some point. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Ref.
No, don't melt Britain's giant gold statue and send it to me to get a tooth. That's not how that works. Um, now, one of the things that I really love about like Ori shared that like last year. There's a really cool like podcast where Kim Stanley Robinson talks about his sort of like connection to Frederick Jameson, one of those people that everyone should read more Frederick Jameson. And I know it's theory and I know it's Marxist theory, but please, please read Postmodernism or the cultural logic of late capitalism and read The Desire Called Utopia and Other Science Fictions, which is Frederick Jameson, famed Marxist literary critic and professor of literature and stuff and all that, talking about cool people like Philip K. Dick, Ursula Le Guin, Kim Stanley Robinson, William
I mean, Philip
Gibson.
K. Dick is pretty based, as the kids like to say. So, I mean, if you like Philip K. Dick, I think you're far more trustworthy individual.
In the opening, like the introduction to the postmodernism or the cultural logic of late capitalism, Frederick Jameson claims that Neuromancer is the most postmodern novel ever written, and
Has he
that is
read
like
Ballads?
that is from like 1986, and he's like in 1986 he goes like Neuromancer is really cool, which is really good for someone who's at that point, already teaching at some of the most prestigious universities
Probably should
your
have
country
quoted that.
has to offer. Hmm? Hmm?
I'm sure Ori's probably memeing here, but you could probably say, if you like Dick, you probably could have worded that better.
I have no problem with saying I like Dick. It's totally fine.
It's I want to read more of Phil. I read Ubik or however you pronounce that last year, and it was
Ubik.
it was a pretty good book
Ubik is
and
so good, and if you read
real trippy.
Ubik again, which you should, because you
I do
probably
want to read it again because I did like it, but I was kind of like,
pay like
okay,
if you read Ubik again, pay attention to the description of like outfits people are wearing.
My
It'll
favorite part was where he had to pay the doors and all that, all the coins. Because I'm just like, bro, this is fucking hilarious. Like that's great. I love that. You should have more
yeah,
of that in
but
science fiction.
but But have you thought about like how much of life already is about like microtransactions nowadays, right?
Oh man. Oh, he foresaw microtransactions, man. Like like that's why I think PKD is great because he like all the crazy shit that's going on today, he foresaw it. So good. Like the drug war going to shit, which, he saw that coming in a Scanner Darkly, and same thing with like, oh man. I love I love like his particular brand of weirdness appeals to me.
Give me a second.
I'm either thinking of reading "Flow My Tears" next, or the
That's such
strange,
a good book, man.
or strange stigmata of Palmer Eldritch at some point. We'll see. We'll see. I have to be in I have to be in the mood to read PKD. You know, I have to read. I have to be in the mood to read Dick. You know, I have to. Philip K. Dick, science fiction writer and mad prophet of science fiction, as I like to call him.
And just to be clear, the A Desire Called Utopia and other science fiction is obviously a play on words on the Tennessee Williams play.
Streetcar Named Desire.
Exactly.
Mm.
That's the one. Apparently, you can't. That's like one of the things like that the United States, being the
Add
United
that
States.
to
Um,
my reading list, because
I've- I've- I've-
we need more serious science fiction criticism in
Yeah.
our lives.
Yeah. One of the things I found really interesting is that what with Tennessee, for example, banning, any form of cross dressing in order to, ban drag queen story hour. They banned all of cross dressing, which means that there's a long list of Tennessee Williams plays that are no longer allowed to be performed in in Tennessee because there's cross dressing involved, and that's apparently illegal now because Tennessee Williams may turn the kids gay or woke, which is probably even worse.
Oh well.
Hey Apollo, all good. I was asked. It's all good. I hope I did not mistype too badly.
Maybe I'll add. You know what? I'll add postmodernism. Why not? I had a friend who the other day was like, "Man, every time I go add a book on Goodreads, like the most like obscure thing, I always see that you've, added it." I'm like, what can I say? There's a lot of books I want to go read before I up and die, but
The book you really need to read, Britain, is of course the Satyricon, named after the really not that good black metal band from Norway.
the Satyricon.
The Satyricon, written by one guy named Petronius. Not a Harry Potter thing, because in like 400 CE they didn't have Harry Potter yet. No, it's an old. I should probably make a video about like why people should read the Satyricon. It's about people doing queer shit. It's about people having like it's probably the oldest classic werewolf tale in fiction, because it is a satire of different forms of mythology. It's about a dude who's cursed by the god Priapus, and he can't get a hard on anymore. So they have to lift that curse, and they walk around in Asia Minor and stuff, and they encounter werewolves, weird orgies and stuff, ending up having a interesting sort of like polyamorous relationship with like two dudes and one woman, and all that's like, as I said, like 300 CE. It's a classic of classics, and certainly something you might not actually be allowed to read in school anymore in lots of countries. Highly recommend reading that. just to know what's sort of like, possible in classics.
There's actually a quote from Terry Gilliam, I think, describes Philip K. Dick. It's like everything everyone else did, we're talking about now, Philip K. Dick got there first or something like that. But I thought that was a good way to describe PKD's impact as an author.
Yeah, I saw that already. Like, that's like the annoying thing about like academic literature is that it's so fucking expensive, and there's a specific reason around that when it comes to academic publishers, and Elsevier in the Netherlands, and Brill and the other ones. Yeah, fuck those guys. But like, support Sci-Hub and support Library Genesis, because they're doing the Lord's work at this point. The book is still necessary and relevant, right? But it's like, unless my university has enough money to actually buy that and get it in the university library, I just have to pirate that because it's impossible to get that otherwise. Because who can pay like $100 for like one academic monograph, right? That's the problem.
Talking about things being expensive, I went on fucking Amazon the other day, and my God, the comics are getting fucking ridiculously expensive.
All right, Britton, I'll leave you, correspondent of comics, to do something.
I'm gonna rant about how expensive comics are getting on Amazon.
You do that while I get myself another beer, because I'm out of beers and all that, and then I talk about the thing that I did today. I've managed to actually do the impossible. I've cracked the miracle. I've ordered a pair of jeans online, and it actually fits. Anyway, you could talk about comics while I get another beer, and I'll be back in like a minute.
Okay.
Britain.
It's fair. I mean, but seriously though, like Amazon, I don't know if it's just the omnibuses, which is probably what it is, or if like inflation is just that bad at the moment. But I literally looked up the price of a volume on Amazon the other day, and it was like $30. I'm like, that is ridiculous. I could buy like 2 comics with that money. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Amazon is like ripping people off now, which I know people are probably gonna go like, "Wow, Britain, that's a real, profound insight there." They've been doing that for a while, but my God, like $50 freaking dollars for an omnibus for an omnibus. I could buy like 2 omnibuses with that money. It's ridiculous. Amazon fucking sucks sometimes, man. Which again, I'm sure you guys are probably like, "Wow, Britain, you're just realizing that now." Yeah, but it's just it's frustrating. It's real frustrating. I mean, I'm sure you guys are probably, I don't know how many of you guys are comic book readers in this chat, but it's frustrating. Can talk about Goodreads. Grant Morrison, Justice League. No, is it show? No, I'll look up Omnibus, see if they got that. Goodreads. Just gonna add that. I know I probably should. I get real discombobulated reading digitally. I've read on my phone before, and it's just like I don't really like it. Just I probably should do that, Ori. Because libraries need the support at the moment. It's that's where we're at the moment. Oh no, Wrath once again coming at it.
Why do I even put them up again? It does feel like bowling at this point.
Can I just? There we go.
Here we go. Yeah, I was like, why do I even put those bottles up again when I sit down? I was like,
Yeah, I've been thinking about getting a Kindle for years, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
I think at this point you want to get a Kobo or something else, right?
Probably, yeah. I probably should do that. That's what I should have gotten for my birthday was a Kindle, or because like I didn't really want anything for my birthday. I mean, I had some ideas, but I'm like, I just want to chill and have a good day and just spend some time with my family. I'm at that point in my life at the moment where I just want to chill out and you know eat good food and like I'm fucking easy, guys. Like just give me a good book and some food and I'll be good to go. I was ranting about Amazon before you showed up, Raph,
Which is totally fine.
and how
It's it,
freaking overpriced everything is at the moment. I don't know if it's just
I don't know if you've heard about this,
inflation
but
or if Jeff Bezos is just like I'm just gonna fuck everyone who uses my site.
you may have heard about this thing that like if you run a monopoly, you can do whatever the fuck you want. And if you've read this book by this German Jew who lived in London, he talked about like how capitalism tends to lead to monopolies. Um, it's a long book though, so you might want to read Malazan before you tackle that trilogy.
Yeah, I saw Daniel Green making some videos recently about how Amazon kind of just took Amazon pulling some shenanigans where they're not like people don't own their books anymore or something like that, which is not cool.
You've never owned your books on Kindle. That's the point. You don't own your books on Audible either. You basically own the right to use them, and they can take that away from you whenever they fucking feel like it. And we all know that, which is why you should download that stuff, save it somewhere on an offline source, and digitize and, remove the DRM from your audiobooks. Put them somewhere safe and all of that, because otherwise they can yank that shit whenever they feel like it. And we've all agreed to that in our TOS when we signed up to, say, Audible or Amazon Kindle Unlimited or anything else. That's just like how that works, because once again, there's this thing called a monopoly. And
I was about to say, because if that's the case, I'm about to like go full Alan Moore and say like creators need better rights and all that shit. If that's the case, but I don't know what the fuck's going on at the moment because for a journalist, I've been pretty bad at keeping up with everything that's going on in the world because a lot of it is really depressing and it just gets overwhelming after a while.
yes, exactly. They stopped the option of downloading, which is why everyone downloaded their libraries before like the 1st of March and saved it somewhere else, and hopefully used tools to, I don't know, Colibri or whatever else you use to remove your DRM and make sure you can read it somewhere. Because yeah, no, that's the things like with. I had that like last year, 2 years ago with Audible. I had an audiobook and I listened to it, and so here's the things like I used I used the credit that I got, and I downloaded the book and I started listening to it, and turned out at the point the billing thing was fucked. So I got the credit, and then they couldn't actually get the payment from my bank account or whatever it was like tied to. So they removed the credit and the book, and they just yanked the fucking audiobook from my phone, and all of that is in the thing. But like, it feels fucking scary when you wake up and you use your phone again. Suddenly, the book you were
No,
listening
what's
to
even
is it's no longer on your phone. It's like, yeah, that Audible and Amazon have the power to just yank that shit.
you know what the worst part is? Amazon, you have to put up with Amazon fucking you in the ass because like they're so efficient at what they do. So like you're just fucked because they have a monopoly on everything now. You can't like I'm sure there's like other like indie places you can go and get your shit sold to you, but I mean, what are you gonna do? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's that. Always right, and that's important. You need to remove the DRM thing, and then you can back it up. But otherwise, it doesn't work. And yeah, of course, the big publishers, you know, okay, so it's not exactly a monopoly, but it is an oligopoly, and of course, the big publishers are in league with Amazon in that regard because they share revenue and everything, and they make sure that competition doesn't happen. Once again, there's books that you may want to read about. That there's this massive trilogy. It's called Capital Volume 1, 2, and 3. Um, highly recommend reading that. If you don't want to read that, there's David Harvey's Neoliberalism: A Brief History. It's only 250 pages.
Oh, Kobo. I'll have to look that up.
Kobo is just an alternative like e-reader to Kindle, and it doesn't it's not tied to Amazon.
Which I know I hate to sound selfish because I know Amazon does worse than inflating their prices. That is like mildly annoying. Like the omnibus I was thinking about getting yesterday was like $50, and I was really irritated because I'm like, dude, I could get like 3 omnibuses with that money. And again, I'm like, I don't really care all that much about money, but I get irritated when they like overinflate the price. Like that just annoys me to no end. Anyway, there
we go. You're right. It's 11:30, Kadia, but it's not for Ida because she's on that island over there in the west. It's where elves go, and it's where elves go, and Frodo goes, and all of that. The islands of the west, by which I mean it's Britain, and it's like 10 p.m. 10:30.
But okay, I'll look up Kobo because maybe Kobo's good because I'm kind of pissed off at Amazon right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like buy directly from artists, buy directly from authors, buy from small publishers directly if you can. If you are into music, use Bandcamp. Yes, they're owned by Epic Games. Fuck them for that.
A whole copy of Essex County, $10. That is a good deal. I'll have to check out Kobo then. That's good.
Yeah, you should.
Like I'll have to give this a shot.
That's the things like digital like ownership only works if it's actual ownership, and we've made sure that that's not going to happen for most people. So yeah. See, $1.99. That's what like 1 month of channel membership on this channel costs you. And you can rather buy Ida's book than be a channel member for another month, right? So go and buy Ida's book on Kobo or.
I'll have to get on this Kobo thing. Do they have actual books or is it just ebooks?
No, Kobo has ebooks and it's an e-reader like a Kindle.
Oh, okay. Ori tells me to wait for deals. There are price trackers. I probably should do that because my friend was telling me, my friend I met who from online on Tuesday was telling me don't cheap out, but he was talking about writing. He wasn't talking about buying books. I mean, I'd like to think I'm not a cheap ass, but like I get annoyed when people inflate prices and stuff. Feels like I'm getting ripped off.
Yeah, it kind of depends on who's inflating prices. Like, look, if an individual author wants to have more for their art, I'm like, yeah, sure, you get that. You worked hard and you're still underpaid because, like, no matter what, like artists are always underpaid, whether it's musicians or writers
and that's
or
why I
visual
went
artists.
to Amazon in the first place because the prices were better than like when I'd go to like the bookstore or something.
I live in Germany. We have a thing. It's called Buchpreisbindung. It's so any book published in German, like German language, that is, costs the same anywhere sold in Germany. So whether you buy it in a bookstore, a physical bookstore, or buy it on Amazon, it will always cost the same because that stuff is fixed. Which may sound socialist, but it also means that, yeah, going to your local bookstore is not actually more expensive than ordering that shit on Amazon. And they usually have like 1 day delivery in your local bookstore as well, which is good for, small publishers and stuff.
I'm a Yankee. I'm an American. I'm a blue-blooded American. I love capitalism, but sometimes capitalism can be pretty frustrating. I'm not gonna.
No, I'm not saying that Buchpreisbindung is a good thing, Apollo. I'm just saying that it does actually sometimes, help small bookstores versus Amazon in that regard. It kind of fucks you over when you're doing, English language books and all of the other stuff, but it's a mixed bag. When it comes to, capitalism, you might be surprised, Britain. Do you know that Karl Marx actually thought that capitalism was a good thing?
Really? Because I thought his whole thing was, here's all the critiques of capitalism, all the, and they're fucking over workers and all that, and we should overturn the system. I mean, I've read the Communist Manifesto. I haven't read Das Kapital. I've tried reading it. It's kind of dry for my taste. Like, I feel like the Communist Manifesto is like a more concise, Does that make sense? It's like a more concise exploration of what they think, rather than like Das
they are looking at
dry.
Okay, so the thing is, they are looking at very different things. The Communist Manifesto is, of course, the better read. It's very punchy. It's like, beyond anything else, the Communist Manifesto is a very punchy, good read. Like it's really good. Like rhetorically, that's a really good book, right?
I mean, I don't agree with it, but like it's a good read. Like it's a solid read. Like you can get through you can get through it in like a day or two if you really wanted to.
So the thing is, that if you look at so the Das Kapital or Capital or however you want to call it, right, is an analysis of what is happening in economics, right? It's very much, it's not prescriptive. It doesn't tell you what to do. It just looks at like how the system is working and goes like, well, if things are working like this, there might be certain problems, and here are the problems that will come from this specific
Atlas
system.
Shrugged is also very dry, though, Ori. Like
Atlas Shrugged.
I'm sure Raph might give me the funny eye for saying this, but like I think like the Fountainhead is a better story overall than Atlas Shrugged. Like let me tell you about Atlas Shrugged. Atlas Shrugged, I am not kidding you, has a 70-page freaking speech from John Galt talking about objectivism. I am sorry. That is ridiculous. And like, you say whatever you want about the Fountainhead, but it feels more like disciplined as a story. It's not like Ayn Rand just going like, here's my philosophy in a book. Though her actual philosophical books are very, like, I tried reading, what was the one I tried to read?
Philosophy, Who Needs It?
No, not that one. It had a green cover. I can't think of the name at the moment, but it was so freaking boring.
So as much as I disagree with Corey Robin, I still think that The Reactionary Mind is a good book, and that opening sentence on the chapter of Ayn Rand is really good, which is like St. Petersburg in Revolution gave us Isaiah Berlin, Vladimir Nabokov, and Ayn Rand. One was a philosopher, one was a novelist, one thought she was both, it was neither. And
yeah,
that's kind of punchy, but it's also very much true. And I would agree that The Fountainhead is probably the better novel.
Yeah, like that.
The best version of all of that is, however, the one that is Telemachus Sneezed, which is something that happens in the Illuminatus trilogy by Robert Shea and Robert Wilson, which is very much not Atlas Shrugged, but it's also very much Atlas Shrugged.
Like with Rand, I do think she's she is hated for good reason, and she's also misunderstood at the same time, if that makes sense. Because like I think when a lot of people think, like when she says like selfishness, it's not the selfishness that we're accustomed to. Now, I don't agree with her philosophy, but like once you kind of get the gist of it, you go like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." So it's not just like be a dickhead, Because a lot of people assume that like with Ayn Rand, she just is like, "Oh, yes, be free to be an asshole and, be a selfish asshole while you're at it." And it's like kind of, but not really. Which I know is, I'm sure people are gonna say I'm apologizing for Ayn Rand, but I'm not. I don't agree with objectivism, but I do think if you're gonna critique it, get it right.
So Ori, yes, I know it's a real quote from the Odyssey. That's kind of one the thing you realize when you read the Illuminatus trilogy. It makes a lot of really really dumb jokes, and all of them are unfortunately really well sourced. There's so many James Joyce references in the Illuminatus trilogy. It's kind of weird, but yeah. I think like the main thing about Ayn Rand beyond anything else is to understand how much Ayn Rand is talking about self-reliance and all of that stuff, while being very much the product of all the things that socialism gave her, right? All her education, all her understanding, her ability to go to operas, to have like a public library, all of that stuff was provided by socialism. And then she moved to the US and
Yeah,
decided
but
that
that
like all
all
that
but
stuff, yeah,
yeah, but that they also took away her father's business, so I mean, that's not good.
yeah, but going like, you've got to make it on your own. And here's all the philosophy I know because of the state is kind of the point, right? It's like you can't
I
pretend to
get the
be an
point. I get the
intellectual
point
if
you're
all
making.
the intellectualism you have is because of like state provided like literature and culture and shit that your father would not have been able to actually afford because economies in Russia before the revolution were kind of fucked, to put it mildly. And I'm not defending Stalinism. I will never do that because it was
Yeah,
fucked. I'm just saying
you're not a tanky.
I'm very much not. But my,
You're
my
not a
point
tanky.
is that Ayn Rand's idea, and that's something that is very American in a lot of ways, and it's something I have to wrestle with the Mormonism video as well. It's like the idea that it's all about self-reliance, and you are self-reliant, you're an individual, you get everything done by yourself. And all the state subsidies you're not talking about. And that's something that Utah has been relying on for the longest time, that Mormons have been relying on for the longest time, that libertarians have been relying on for the longest time, right? Elon Musk is all about, being the
Ow.
self-made millionaire, billionaire, whatever. Like, who is paying for all the SpaceX shit, all the other stuff? It's all state fucking subsidies. That's the point. And that's sort of like disconnect is important to point out. And it's like, does that mean that someone is not, doing personal stuff and being active and all of that? No, of course not. They're doing that, but there's still a very important sort of like
So you're
largest
saying it's more
societal thing.
complicated than what it seems like is what you're getting at?
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah. Though I mean, she got welfare at the end of her life, so I mean, a lot of people like to dunk on her for that, which I'm like, yeah, I guess that's fair. I won't pretend I'm a fan. Like, here's the thing with Ayn Rand: the woman was ridiculously oversensitive about like criticism, like to the max. Like, watch some interviews she's done. It is ridiculous
Yeah.
how sensitive she was to criticism.
All right. First of all, thank you, Kadia, for hanging out, and good
Yeah, always
night.
fun, Chadia.
And thanks for using the wrench. That is unfortunately very much like how that works, Ori. That is sad, but yeah, I think that's why I'm saying like read David Harvey's A Neoliberalism, a Brief History. It's a good book. It's a short book. It explains why neoliberalism is not what it seems to be and why it may be bad. And yes, he's a Marxist, but he's a good Marxist, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, like I'll put it this way: I don't really. I have problems with people who are overly sensitive to criticism. Like, look, I can be sensitive to criticism sometimes, but like, I don't go into like, I don't do what Ayn Rand does. I have standards, people. Like, I'm not gonna go into like a Goodreads comment and go like, "Well, you're fucking wrong." I'm not gonna. I kind of lose respect for people. I'm not gonna pull like an R. Scott Baker and be like, "You're just fucking wrong." Yeah, I'm not gonna do that because it's like, I kind of lose respect from people when
I
they
think
do that.
Ayn Rand would have been really good on Twitter. It would have been really entertaining, though. Like,
Gone all over the
it
place
would
with
still have been
Twitter.
like bad, but it would have been like really entertaining bad. Like Ayn Rand, Twitter, very much,
No, it's a Yeah, I quit libertarianism once like racists started showing up and being like, "Oh, we should forcibly remove all these people we don't like." I'm like, "Nope, not doing that. I'm not a part of that." He's like, "We should hang him from helicopters." Like once that showed up, I'm like, "Yeah, I'm done. That's not doing that."
Well, I mean, the people that like Ayn Rand enjoyed, and the people that read too much Hayek and too much Mises and von Mises, and were at that one university in Chicago and talked about economics, went to this country that you may have heard about. It's called Chile, and they did stuff with helicopters and.
Well, I know what they're referencing. I'm not an idiot. I mean, I know what it
I know, I know.
actually
I'm
is.
just saying, like,
Pinochet was not a nice man, is what I'm getting at. He's basically like Francisco Franco, except more people paid attention to what he was doing than Francisco Franco over there, who was just murdering and raping communists after the Spanish Civil War was over.
it's also that Allende was democratically elected, and the CIA actually organized a coup against him, and then built that thing that actually.
It's even more disturbing when it turns out that he's still venerated over there, even though Franco was a monster. Then again, I don't really like authoritarians in general, so you can take that with a grain of salt. I'm sure we'll get some of the crazy Franco people who are like, "Oh, it wasn't that bad." I'm like, look, if you like order the mass rape and murder of people, like you're evil. You're a monster. That's it.
I'm glad we can agree on the fact that Francisco Franco was in fact a bad guy.
I'm shocked how many right wingers unironically like him, though.
Yeah,
That's the thing. I'm like individualists, like him. I'm just like, dude, he's a freaking he's a fascist. He's a mass murderer. We're not supposed to like these people. He's like, oh, but he
well,
wasn't a communist, though. I'm like, that doesn't freaking matter.
well,
Come
it turns
on.
out that like
Come
sitting out World War II was a really smart decision, and then you can sort of like plug into the general like hate of communism and kind of live with that, and
Yeah, he
that's
wasn't
kind
as
of the fucked up
extreme
thing.
as he wasn't as war hungry as Hitler, so he kind of lucked out there.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem.
Like, but is it really a good thing to say he wasn't as crazy as Hitler? Like, I don't think that's a great bar to. I don't think that's a good bar to hold yourself to.
Yeah, Ida, please eat something, and I hope it works. Please eat something. Eating is a good thing when you're drunk. I
I've seen that.
support
I
that.
haven't. I do really enjoy Pan's Labyrinth. That's a good movie. Though it makes me wish that Del Toro had done a gaming adaptation. I think he would have done that very well. But
I should probably read that, Ori. I really enjoyed like Pan's Labyrinth. Labyrinth was a really good movie. I saw that like in a sneak preview where I didn't know what I was getting into, and I was like, wow, this is awesome. but then I also like sneak previews in the town where I live are really good and sometimes really piss off a lot of people. We got like Waltz with Bashir as a sneak preview, and a lot of people left the cinema and was like, "Oh, I thought it was supposed to be fun," and it's like, um, maybe not, but like if you haven't seen Waltz with Bashir, it's certainly a movie I think you should probably watch.
It's a very anti-fascist movie, so I think you would like it, Raph, if you've already
Which
seen
one?
it.
Uh,
Pan's Labyrinth.
Pan's Labyrinth. Yeah, no, I saw it in a sneak preview, but like Oreo said, there's like a novelization. I think I should probably read that
Oh
because
yeah,
like
I'm
the
generally
movie's really
wary
good.
with novelizations of like movies and stuff, but that one I'm actually thinking about picking up at some point. I think that would be a good one. Bring me. Oh my god.
Um, yeah, I understand that, Ori. The thing is, like, look, I'm German, right? Like, I'm not I- I'm not directly connected to it. It was interesting to see that movie like I have the DVD and it has like all the other stuff around it, like the interviews and like the way they sort of like figure out how to portray the thing and all that. And it is still done by people who were part of it. It's an interesting document, and I think it works really well as like a movie because most people don't even know about the massacres
If
to
anyone
begin
even
with.
knows what the Spanish Civil War was, which, by the way, if anyone hasn't read it, Homage to Catalonia, fantastic book.
Yeah.
One of George Orwell's lesser known books, but it's very good.
Yeah. So the thing is like if you haven't seen Waltz with Bashir, it's a movie about the massacres. It's about Israel invading Lebanon in the Israel-Lebanon war in the 80s and the massacres in the Palestine refugee camps in Gaza. I always fuck up the names, but it's an interestingly sort of like look at what is happening by people who took part in that and trying to sort of like come to terms with it. And it, you know, there's problems with it, but it's certainly interesting because like how many people have heard about those those massacres that were done by Lebanese people under sort of like the supervision and looking in a way of Israeli soldiers at the same time. It's yeah, it's a thing. I highly recommend you watch some documentary or read something about it because you want to know about that. You don't have to watch that specific movie, but I think it works as something for people who are not aware what actually happened there. It's also like incredibly depressing and brutal.
Oh my
Sabra and
god.
Shatila, yes, that's the two camps.
Mm.
Wait, they did like the futurological Congress adaptation.
And
That's
that's a
something I really wanted because the story is so fucking good. I love that story. But yeah,
isn't
um,
that the one isn't that the one they made the movie with Jenny from Forrest Gump? Isn't it called like the Congress or something? I heard that's a really good movie. Which sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Ref.
which one?
I still need to see Waltz with Bashir. I don't is that about Israel and Palestine or something? I've never known what that was about.
It's about Sabra and Shatila, which are two camps, refugee camps in Lebanon. It's about the Lebanon War. I highly recommend you watch it. It's a devastating movie for someone who's further away. Yeah, watch that. It's not going to make you happy, is what I'm saying.
I'll have to give it a crack at some point because and it's one of those movies a lot of people really like. Um, it's also like animated, which I think is
Yes,
interesting.
parts of it are most of it is animated, not all of it, but yes, parts of it is
Sorry, I've been
animated.
zoned out for the past like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that the truth about Olds is about that. I still have to read that. I already said like the book I'm looking forward to the most is The River Has Roots next, like on Tuesday. That's gonna,
Yeah. Yeah, I need to. Yeah, but I really need to see the Waltz. I really need to see Waltz to Bashir because um I don't know, Apollo. I was thinking about um leaving soon though, but that's when Raph wants to finish the
Hmm?
stream. I don't know. That's up to him.
You are getting very tired, Britain. Is that what you're saying?
A little bit.
Hmm? Look, if you want to sleep, go to sleep, Britain. You deserve it. You
Well, I
went
mean,
you went through church, motherfucker. I didn't.
wasn't so bad, but yes, I did go through that experience.
um, Here's the thing: you don't have to answer that. Just like out of curiosity, which denomination are you? Only
I
if you
would
feel
say
comfortable with saying
I,
that.
I would say
Otherwise,
non I would say non-denominational, but it's basically Protestant.
all right, cool. Yeah, I was just like curious which kind of Christianity you're in.
My grandmother calls it independent Christians. I'm like, Nanny, that's not a thing. But I'm not gonna argue with her about it.
Like I live in Germany. We have a sort of like state Lutheran church, so
It's basically like a Protestant church that doesn't call itself that because there's
ah,
so many branches of Christianity at this point. No, not Mormon. I'm too much of a caffeine addict to be a Mormon, unfortunately. Though I have met Mormons, they've tried to convert me, and I'm just like, bro, I'm just interested in learning about your religion. I don't want to convert. Like,
the thing I've learned is that early Mormons were really relaxed about the word of wisdom. They were like super easy. There's an anecdote that is like really fun where like because of, the word of wisdom telling you not to drink alcohol and not to drink hot drinks, which apparently is coffee. Um, and someone was like, got beat up by the moral police about drinking, and Joseph Smith Jr. Came along and he's like, "What happened?" He's just like, "Ah, we got like the moral police kind of fucked us up because of all the booze we were drinking." It's like, well, here's a couple dollars, guy. Go buy yourself another bottle of whiskey and have fun, guys. And if you don't know who Joseph Smith Jr. is, he's the son of Joseph Smith Sr. And Joseph Smith Jr. is the guy who had like a vision in 1823 where the angel
now this is
Moroni
like
showed up.
Inception. So is Joseph Smith Jr. the one that founded Mormonism, or was that
Yes.
Joseph Smith Sr.?
No, that's Junior is the one who founded it. Senior is his father.
Oh, okay.
No, the actual like founder
I,
and prophet and all
I'm
of that.
really interested in.
He's the guy who goes like, well, don't drink, but also here's $10 and get yourself a bottle of whiskey, guys.
I've heard I'm really interested in learning about like the Mormon like wars that happened because like apparently like Mormons were like hated on for the first years of their existence. Like apparently like Joseph Smith and his brother got like tarred and feathered and attacked and they even got shot. That's how they died. They got assassinated.
Yes. Well, I'm glad you're asking because I have been reading up on this a bit from time to time.
Apparently there were like battles. I read somewhere like they had like literal armed conflicts with people. I'm like, that is nuts. I thought Mormons were like the weird friendly people, you know?
All right. All right. Let me tell you about the Mormon Wars of Missouri. So here's the thing. No. So here's the thing. Like Mormonism starts in upstate New York, like everything else starts in upstate New York at the
Mm-hmm.
time in the 1830s, and because of stuff, people being mad, they moved to Ohio, and Joseph Smith has a revelation and decides that Independence, Missouri, is the place where Zion will be, refounded and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Now, people move to Zion in Independence. The problem is, of course, Missouri is a slave-holding state at the time. We're talking like 1832 ish.
Oh yeah,
You
weren't
have all
Mormons
you
like
have all these
weren't they rabidly anti-slavery?
Missouri.
No, Mormons weren't they like super
Mormons Mormons are
anti-slavery?
Mormons are not rabidly anti-slavery, but most of the Mormons moving there at that point are from New York, which is not exactly a slavery state.
Mm-hmm.
So Mormonism itself doesn't have a specific position on slavery at that point, but most of the people moving there are New Yorkers who are
I get
culturally
smoking the grok.
anti-slavery. What?
Oh, sorry, I was responding to Ida, but continue on about this story about the Mormon Wars. I want to know about this.
So what happens is all of those people move there, and then other Missourians are not exactly fans of all those people showing up, and there's violence, and people burning down houses and so forth, and Mormons are pushed out of those places, and then Joseph Smith decides to form an army, calling it Zion's Camp, and they march on Missouri to restore people's properties that have been pushed out, and that totally doesn't work because everyone gets cholera and goes home,
Oh
and
no.
and then
Like normal.
and then
Gotta love cholera.
and what happens then is that they create another county in Missouri, which is Caldwell County. Before that, it's Jackson County and Clay County is where we're talking about, and then they create Caldwell County, which is where Mormons live, and sort of everyone is slightly maybe okay with that, at least for the time being. And and most of the Mormons are living in Kirtland in Ohio at the time, and they're building their temple there, and they're starting their bank, which then turns into like an anti-banking society because they can't get a banking license, and then the bank collapses because of stuff which may involve fraud, but also involves like generally banks collapsing at the time. Then everyone moves to Caldwell County, and then suddenly there's too many Mormons once again because we're talking about this like pre-Civil War situation where voting becomes really difficult when it's about slavery or non-slavery, and you have like a group of people that all vote for the same thing according to whatever their prophet says. People are not exactly fans of the Mormons, and what happens is that there is a vote. There's like an election for, I think, a justice of the peace or whatever, right? And the Mormons want to vote, and the non-Mormons want to make sure that the Mormons don't vote, and then it kind of gets into like a big brawl, and then someone draws guns, and then shit starts to get downhill from there, and then everyone starts burning down each other's houses. There's the Horns Mill massacre, where like the local militia kills a bunch of Mormons that are trying to take cover in like one person's barn, and then they kill like kids, children, and women and everyone, and all of that. And at that point, Missouri's governor Wilburn Boggs decides to you know put out that one specific order, which is the extermination order, where he talks and claims that Mormons are enemies and they need to leave the country or are the state or are to be exterminated, which is something that has sort of like stuck with Mormons ever fucking since. Okay, now you've heard like way too much about Mormon history.
Oh, I've been thinking about reading this book for a while because I'm a big fan of Into the Wild by John Krakauer. But have you read Under the Banner of Heaven from him for your Mormon video, or did you not get around to it? Because I've been thinking about reading that for a while.
Which one are you talking about, Britain?
Under the Banner of Heaven by John Krakauer.
Oh,
who
John
wrote,
Krakauer.
Into the
Oh,
Wild.
yeah.
Did you read that book, or did you not get around to it?
I have not read that one because it's so specific about one specific part of the fundamentalist LDS.
Oh, okay.
Also, I don't want to spend another Audible credit on something.
Fair enough. I mean, I have it. I own it. I haven't read it yet. So I mean, but I mean, it's about like this crazy like fundamentalist Mormon who killed some people. I think it was like two brothers. But I hear it goes into Mormon history as well. So there's that.
The thing is, at this point, I've read like 28 books on Mormon history. I don't think John Krakauer has anything to add that I haven't,
Like, what's the best like Mormon history book if like for like dummies like me who like know a little bit but like aren't?
Benjamin Park's American Zion from last year. It's from February 2024, A New History of Mormonism. Benjamin Park's American Zion. It's a history of Mormonism, and it goes through everything. It doesn't go into the details. It's too much into the details, but it's a very good one. It's fairly neutral for someone who is associated with the LDS Church, which you have to be if you want to get access to the actual library and the archives and everything. But he's not too sort of like propaganda or anything. So yeah, American
It's
Zion by
not like,
Benjamin
oh,
Park.
did you know Jesus Christ came to America? Nothing like that.
No. American Zion by Dr. Benjamin Park is the one I would recommend. Read that one.
Okay, I
It'll
will
give
add
you like
that
a
to my
really good.
list.
It does. It does look at everything
I have
from
just
like
added it to my list of
yeah.
books to read.
It starts with like the burnt over district, like religious, the Second Great Awakening, and goes through all the stuff to like 20, all the way to like the 2020s. Basically, it's really good. I highly recommend it. It's I may judge things slightly more aggressively than Benjamin Park does, but in general, that's a really good one. But yeah, like that one, highly recommended. It's really good. Beyond that, you can go deeper in like any specific part and then see what happens. But yeah, for like the adventure stuff, Benjamin Park also wrote Kingdom of Nauvoo, which is a microhistory kind of thing just about the city of Nauvoo and those like 5, 6, 7 years from like 1839 to 1845, early
So wait,
46.
Is Benjamin Park a Mormon, or is he just a historian who because I'm looking at Goodreads here and he has a lot of stuff about Mormonism here.
He grew up Mormon. I don't know if he's still a member of the church or not. I don't know. I don't care. But like he grew up Mormon. He makes that clear. But he's got a PhD in history and everything. So he's not from just Brigham Young University, but like other universities and so forth.
Oh, interesting. He also has one called Kingdom of Nauvoo. All right, I'll have to add that too.
Kingdom of Nauvoo, I highly recommend. It's really good. It's just about the city of Nauvoo, and that's like it's more like microhistory, and he's looking at like the specific documents about like the founding of Nauvoo in Illinois and all the weird shit going down in those like last 5 years of Joseph Smith's lives. And yeah, it's a really good book.
Admittedly, I don't know very much about Mennonites. I know Cormac McCarthy freaking is obsessed with them because he brings up Mennonites in a few of his books. And I asked a friend of mine who's a big McCarthy nut like me, like, why does he bring up Mennonites a lot? And he's like, well, they're around a lot in Tennessee. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense because he's from Tennessee originally.
I have not specifically studied the Mennonites, but the Mennonites are, and this is, and I'm going to tie that back to the Mormons because I've read books for that. No, so the thing is, the Mennonites are basically Anabaptists. Anabaptists,
I'm more
European.
interested in Puritans than Mennonites, personally speaking. But I don't know if there's any good books about
That's because
Puritans.
you've never heard about the Munster Rebellion.
The Munster Rebellion, like
Münster Rebellion in Münster, Germany, or Munster if you don't want to talk
oh, is
about
that
like
Puritan
umlauts.
related, or is that Mormons?
No. That's Anabaptists, but they are sort of like the people that turn into the Mennonites, and because of the Munster Rebellion being the insane thing that it was, which is Münster, Germany, being a city that was taken over by Anabaptist radical Protestants, and having all the
Gotta
stuff
love
about
those radical
cannibalism and
Protestants.
Hmm?
I said, gotta love those radical Protestants.
Yeah, but it's a monstrosity. It's insane. It's like you have all the Catholic like bishops like besieging that town that's full of like radical Protestants, and they do like polygamy and cannibalism at the same time,
Holy
and so
shit!
forth.
I don't think
Yeah,
Jesus. I don't think Jesus taught that, guys.
Jesus did not teach cannibalism, but siegecraft kind of forced them to. Point is,
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I'm like, oh my lord, that's
no, but point is like the Mennonites are the sort of people that come out of that and move to the US and are those kind of Anabaptists. The thing is, though, that a lot of the stuff that kind of some of the stuff that turns into anti Mormonism is fueled by the anti Anabaptism kind of things, the polygamy thing in particular, right? And just to be clear, I'm not defending polygamy at all. I'm just saying that a lot of the stuff that you see in early anti-polygamy rhetoric when it comes to anti-Mormon rhetoric is fueled by sort of like the experience of Anabaptism and the Munster Rebellion and all that stuff, which
how do you spell that? The Munster Rebellion?
Munstr, and that U does have umlaut
Oh, so
dots in Germany.
it's Munster, like the okay, I
It's a
see.
town. It's a town. I've been there. I've been there for concerts. It's also
Interesting. I'll have to
a town where
read
like
more about this.
cyclists are massive fucking dickheads, and you want to punch cyclists every fucking meter you walk.
I'll have to read more about this. This sounds interesting.
Oh, you're in for a treat. If you're reading up on the Munster Rebellion, you're in for a fucking treat, man.
That's what I was thinking at first, Ori. Yeah, I was like, so like the old show from back in the day that was like the Addams Family. It's like that. Yeah, that's interesting. I see there's a couple good books about Puritanism. You know what? I'll mimic you, Ref, and do a history of the Puritans on my channel at some point. Because this fantasy series I'm working on is inspired by Puritanism. So there we go.
Hey Ben. Also, hello Ben. I'm glad you're here. Now that we're talking about Mennonites.
I like that she says like, "Oh, they used to steal from me all the time." I'm like, wow, really representing the faith there, guys.
There's a really good Lions Led by Donkeys episode, 2 episodes on the Monster Rebellion, where you learn about the Moon Turk, if you want to learn about the Moon Turk, that is. By which I mean, go check out Lions Led by Donkeys if you don't listen to that specific podcast yet. But yeah, because of like religious fervor, they thought they saw a Turk in the moon, which we're talking about the 1500s, and there's Ottomans moving further west and so forth. So I kind of see where that's coming from, but still,
I'll
like,
add that to my list. All right, all right,
slightly
all right.
racist, maybe. But then again, it's Europe, which is slightly racist still.
Jeez, man, they were not playing around. Oh, so it's part of that. So is it part of? So is this whole Munster thing part of that book you're reading? Is that mentioned? Because it says German Peasants' War.
It is sort of connected to the Peasants' War, but I don't think it happens in the book that I'm reading right now, because I haven't actually started that book yet, because I get like sidetracked by stuff after I read the introduction. But
Yeah, no, we've gone over everything in this comment. We've gone from smut to drugs and roofies, and now we're at Mormons, and now we're at radical religious movements. uh, oh man, oh, it's good. It's a fun day.
yeah, look, we're gonna touch everything.
Yeah, we're going all over.
After asking for consent, just want to make that clear, right? Anyway, no, so the German Peasants' War is like a really interesting thing, because it kind of starts much earlier. You have like the Bundschuhbewegung, using German words here. A Bundschuh is, so shoe is shoe, right? And Bundschuh is a specific form of shoe where you basically lace it up in a specific way. And that's something that peasants were used to do. And when like the peasants rebellion started, like 1490s and 1500s, they basically used that as a sign, because that specific type of shoe is seen as a sign to be a peasant, right? And they're using that as a sign. And then that kind of gets pushed around from place to place in mostly southern Germany. And then once the Reformation happens in the 1510s and then early 1520s, a lot of those people sort of align with the Reformation. And Luther at the beginning is totally in favor of that, and then he kind of flips, which is sort of like, one of the reasons why Luther sucks. There's a lot of other things, yeah, like
Where he, aside from being anti-Semitic, like that wasn't enough to say he was kind of sucky.
yeah, and the sexism and the other stuff. Yeah,
no, but like, yeah, it's kind of funny. Me and my friends were talking about Martin Luther the other day, and I'm just like, he's literally a Christian. Like, I still don't. I'll never understand the cognitive dissonance of being a Lutheran and hating on Jews. I mean, Jesus was Jewish. I'll never get it. But what are you gonna do?
Well, I mean, there's a long tradition of Christians being anti-Semitic. Luther's certainly not the first one to do that. He certainly puts on like it gets like new energy into that. Don't get me wrong. But so the thing is, like, Luther does sort of like flip flop and then turns into a shill for like the aristocracy against like the peasant uprisings and all that, who are using all of like his talking points to start like a bit of a revolution. And then you have like Thomas Münzer and people like that, kind of getting slaughtered um, in lots of brutal ways. And then the Anabaptist thing in Münster is slightly connected to that, but also a bit of an outgrowth. It's not directly the peasants' wars. It's its own thing, is what I'm saying.
I'm probably gonna hop off, though. I'm probably still going to lurk around the comment section for a bit. But Raph, it's always fun hanging out. And
Absolutely. Thank you for hanging out, man, Brendan.
oh no, it's always fun. It's always fun. It was fun doing this little nude show thing while we were at it.
And you've learned way more about like Anabaptists than you ever knew.
I've learned so much about Mormonism and radical religious movements. About a literal, they tried to start a theocracy in Germany. I mean, it's ridiculous. I've learned so much today.
Yeah. But once again, go check out the Lions Led by Donkeys podcast, the two-part parter on the Munster Rebellion. I mean,
Oh,
generally, listen to Lions Led by Donkeys if you want to learn a lot of like military history and how it sucks.
fair enough. All right, take care, everyone. I'll be around. I'll probably lurk in the comments for a little while as well, but I have other thing I'm gonna do today. So yeah. All right, take care, everyone.
See where
I'll
I'm at.
probably see y'all in the comments, and I'll be back on YouTube starting tomorrow. So we're all good.
All right. So I guess that means now I'm like in the center of the news picture, right? Welcome to news in Germany. It's dark out there and probably cold. I have closed the window, so I don't know. Anyway, um, um, but here's the thing, right? It's 20 past midnight, so let's slowly wind this down while I'm finishing this final beer, and then we're good. But yeah. So one of the things I've learned, like with all the like the Mormon research, is like those connections and like how a lot of like the anti-Mormonism that you have in like the early years is very much tied to the Munster Rebellion, and you have all these people going like, well, the Mormons are doing polygamy, the Anabaptists were doing polygamy, and they ended up with like cannibalism, all that stuff. So we should probably stop the Mormons before they turn to cannibalism, which is kind of understandable. But then the Mormons were like, late because they moved to Utah after the donor party, so they kind of slept on the cannibalism thing, I guess. And yeah, but it's important to understand that because it kind of explains why there's such a virulent anti-Mormonism in a lot of ways, where you're like, why are you so against those guys and not against those guys and those guys and those guys and those guys? Because it's 1840, it's 1835, and there's so many weird different religious splinter groups in like the United States at the time. It's like, why do you hate the Mormons more than anyone else? It's like all of them are weird. And that connection to the Anabaptists is something that like a lot of like biographies kind of leave out, and something I only recently kind of caught up to, and I'm like, oh, now I get it. So what you're saying, the difference the difference between like Christianity and Anabaptists is a small schism about the question of whether it's okay to eat long pig, right? That was like one of the best things. Like years ago, I was on tour with a band from the US. And if you don't know those guys, check them out. They're called Mega Colossus. They're all the first stuff was called Colossus, and they came on stage like, "We love kebab. We call ourselves the Donor Party," and yeah, you know what I mean, right? Really good. And good night, Apollo. And yeah, see, now you do, Ori, and it's education hurts. Sometimes being less educated is good. And here's an interesting thing, something I just like recently learned, like by which I mean last week, is the whole like right wing thing about like fucking around with education with the book why can't what's his name, Corey Reed, and being about like how education is flawed, and the right wing doing that. And then I understood why that incredible prog rock album is called "Why Can't Tory Read," which is something you really should listen to. So yeah, that Tori Amos thing being like, yeah, why can't why can't Tori read, and being very much tied to that specific like right wing propaganda thing. But which I mean, like, go check out everything Tori Amos ever did. Just saying. Yeah, that's a weird that's a weird confusion kind of thing, Chantel. There. What can I say, Ori? The thing I've learned from the Lions Led by Donkeys podcast is there's no ethical cannibalism under capitalism. So now you know. Well, that's the thing. Like I was sort of raised Catholic, but like very relaxed Catholic, like super relaxed, in the sense that like I was baptized, and I did like first communion. I did not do confirmation. My sister did confirmation, but no one cared really. I do kind of see what Catholicism has that like Lutheran Protestantism doesn't have, which is ritual as something that kind of makes church interesting. Because like having a dude just like talk about Jesus is not exactly interesting. Having like action and incense and stuff burning and fireworks and explosions and shit, right? That's what makes like church interesting, and that's why you have like certain parts of evangelical Christianity work, and that's kind of what Christianity does. It's kind what Catholicism does. It's kind of what Orthodox different forms of Orthodox Christianity do, and yeah. It's like you want to do religion in the 21st century, you gotta do like action shit. Otherwise, people are just gonna wander off and watch Netflix or something. Yeah, you might be right. Like, so here's the thing: when we're talking about like Eat the Rich, anyone else ever watched that old Eat the Rich movie that has Lemmy from Motorhead being one of the really creepy cop guys? You guys ever watch that movie? Does that actually exist on like any streaming service and not just like on really cheaply copied like VHS tapes that were copied like 10 times? Because if not, like if you haven't watched that and it exists, go watch that movie. It's really bad, is what I'm saying. But you might want to watch that on, Eating the Rich. All right, give me a second, Ida, and I'll send you the link. Here you go. Long pig eater. That's the term. All right, give me a second. Here you go. Hey, Ida. How are you?
I am in my pajamas, I just realised. Never mind.
That's fine.
It's
How you
actually,
doing?
it's actually a penguin costume. If I do this, then I'm a penguin. But yeah, okay. No, I'll put that on. Never mind. Whoa, that's like a completely new chat here. Or is it the same?
I think it's mostly the same, but it may have a different order.
That's completely odd. Anyway, I am completely sober.
That is shocking. I thought you had like wine.
Well, I did have wine, but I drank it all. So, and it ran out, and now I'm sober.
Here's a question: like, where in Britain are you actually living? Like, where in the UK are you actually living at this point?
I am in Hampshire,
Hampshire.
so south of London,
Ah, okay.
in a Guildford postcode. But I'm not in Guildford. I'm in Hampshire, and Guildford is in Surrey, so that doesn't make any sense. But that's where.
Yeah, I don't know much about that. I'm, my personality ends at people telling me that they're like West Yorkshire's supreme Lambeth Thoth cover band, and that's like something that is very specific because they have a song called like "Fuck You, We're from Kigley," and you have to be from Kigley to understand why that is actually funny.
I don't know, up north of London, that is. Everything north
Yeah.
of London is north, and they do things differently up there.
So, how are you doing tonight, Ida?
Well, I am good because I drank some wine and I like wine. And now my wine is gone, but I'm still good
That's-
because I'm sober now because I ate a vegetable patty and now I'm sober.
So
That's how
are
it
you
works.
like are you a vegetarian or did you
No,
just only have like a veggie patty anyway?
no, I did have some that said meat on them, but I don't think they have a lot of meat on in them because meat is expensive, and the vegetable ones at least have vegetables in them, so you know what's in them. And if you get like the beef one, it's just like a weird mash of things, and I don't think it's a lot of meat, and I don't trust them. So that's
Yeah.
why I eat the vegetable ones, but only if it's like processed food. I'll eat a steak happily because it's sort of
Yeah.
meat, and you know what that is. It's a dead cow, so it's good. But if it pretends to have dead cow in it, but actually it has all sorts of other things in it, then it's not a dead cow, and I don't trust it.
Ah, that makes sense. I was just like wondering because you said like it's a veggie patty, and I was like, oh, are you vegetarian?
No, but I like vegetables.
Yeah.
Not because they're healthy, but they taste like something.
Yeah,
Like
they make they make sure you don't get scurvy, which leads you to like lose teeth, and don't do that.
I know you need like citrus fruits for that. You need like oranges and lemons, and that's how you don't get scurvy. But yeah.
And potato peels. It's so fucking funny. So like in my moment thing, I just have to bring this up once again because I'm doing the moment stuff, right? And there's this like whole thing where this one source where they talk about like how he gives up like everything because he's very pious person. He gives up all the potatoes to his like family, and all of them die of scurvy, and he survives because he's just eating the potato peels, and he absolutely attributes that to like being pious and God being with him. But it's like, yeah, potato peels do have all the vitamin C, so you don't get like actual scurvy at that point, and everyone else just doesn't get the vitamin C, and it's like
I can't imagine potato peels taste very nice. You know.
no, I mean they're still all very much starving. It's still like a famine, but like the thing is, like some people die because of like vitamin C deficiency, and he has the vitamin C because he
Because
just eats
potato
the
peels.
potatoes, the peels.
Yeah, but you might as well just eat oranges. They taste a lot better than potato peels.
Yeah.
I mean, potatoes are great, but I like you peel them unless they're fresh. Like if you dig them right out of the ground and clean them and boil them, then they're great. But if you stored them over winter, which you can do with potatoes, they're great for storing over the winter. But then the peel sort of goes tough, and I wouldn't eat that.
I feel like in like 1846 to 7 winter in Iowa, they didn't have the luxury of getting like oranges, so potato peels was all they had, I guess. Hey, John.
Grim.
Belgium. Which part of Belgium? Oh, we talked about that. You're Flemish, right? I have no deeper opinion on penguins, though. I think they're cool. They're like the one like animal that's actually good with like wearing a suit. They're much better at it than humans are. They're much better than me
Penguins,
at wearing a suit. I know that for sure.
penguins are adorable. They can swim and they pretend like they can fly, but they can't. But they pull it off.
Yeah, that's the point. It's like I can't pull off a suit. Penguins can. I'm like, hats off to fucking penguins.
I've only once pulled off a suit. I went to a job interview and I borrowed a suit and I got the job, and then I realized you had to actually wear a suit to go to the job, and I didn't have a suit because I had to give it back because I borrowed it. And I worked that job for 3 years, and then they realized that I didn't have a suit and I wasn't good enough, and they didn't sag me, but they bullied me, so eventually I walked out. Don't work in an office, it's a shit place.
It's like any place that is not like, you know, public facing, that forces you to have a specific kind of clothes, is a shit job. Because like I get it, if you're, you know, public facing, you want people to have some specific, you know, whatever, like dress code. I get it, right? Because you want to, you know, be uniform or whatever. But like, if it's just the office, who the fuck cares, right? It's like, as long as I'm covering and I'm covering my genitals, why are you actually caring?
Because they're bored. Office jobs are so boring, and most of the time there's nothing to do. Like, you'll just sit there for 8 hours a day pretending to be busy, and you get bored. So all there is to do is just judge your co-workers, talk about your co-workers, talk your co-workers into doing something silly. And I mean, I'm quite dumb, so I'm usually the one who gets talked into doing all the dumb shit to entertain everyone else.
Yeah, but that's like the things, like why enforce like a dress code on like a back office? It's just ridiculous. It's like, yeah, we just, you know, want to enforce uniformity or something for reasons.
Because it's all a game. You all got to play it. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I've heard about that. You know.
I have only worked one office job, and I did very badly at it, but I managed to cling on to it for 3 years.
See, if there's like one thing I've learned from like Danish, like culture and Danish musicians, it's to not go to offices and do the one thing that I always do, which is like sleeping my day away.
Oh, this was even worse. This was a British office job.
Ooh,
We're all pretentious assholes over here. Sorry, don't tell any of the British people that I said that, because they'll all be like, "Oh, fuck off back to your own country if you don't like it here." Yes, I would. Unfortunately, my children are here, and you know, I'd be breaking the law if I kidnapped them and took them back to my country. So I'd have to go to court for a leave to remove them from the jurisdiction. So I didn't do that, and now it's a bit too late. So I'm stuck here. But public-facing jobs are just as bad. I used to work in a supermarket, and we had this uniform, and you had to iron it. But I never ironed mine, and I showed up to work every single day in all crumbly uniform, and nobody ever said anything.
See, Chantal, I do kind of envy you for like pajamas every fucking day is like the best thing ever. Here's the thing: it's like I should not talk about that. Like, so here's the thing: like, my flatmate and his girlfriend are on a couples trip, and that means for like the first time in like months and months and months, I have the entire flat to myself, which means I can walk around wearing basically nothing and singing 80s glam rock songs and doing all those dumb things, and it's kind of glorious. Also, no, there's not going to be any fucking video for that.
It is luxury, just wearing pajamas every day. That's what luxury is. The whole wear a suit thing, where did that even come from? Why do we do that? It's completely dumb. I don't get it. Why would you not just wear something that's comfortable to work every day on TV? Just wear comfortable clothes. Why? Who decided that? Whose idea was that? It was a bad idea.
Yeah. it's interesting because like the idea of like a suit, like the kind of suit that we have nowadays is a 19th century kind of thing, because you before that you have like the idea of like dressing fancy means dressing as colorful as possible, and then you kind of go to this like minimalism thing, and suddenly that becomes sort of like the thing that everyone does, and then you kind of like make that like sort of like the mainstream kind of thing, and then suddenly you realize that it's not exactly a good idea, is what I'm saying. Don't wear suits. They don't work most of the time.
I don't know. Maybe if you had like a really well-fitting one that cost like $1,000. I don't know. I don't know. The only suit I ever worn was borrowed, so.
I always appreciate people wearing their goth post-punk clothes to yeah, no, no, that's the point. Like, right, fuck them. Seriously, I just like once again, like I get it if you're like, yeah, we're running this business and we want like everyone like customer fronting wearing the same thing to have like corporate identity and whatever. It's like I have disagreements with that, but you at least have an argument. But if you're like, we want people in the back office to all look the same, it's like, why? Why though? Do you want people to do like a good job, or do you want people to, you know, buckle under? And which one is, gonna, help your business in like any way, right? There's a German rock band that has this wonderful line which says like "keine Hose, kein Problem," which means like no pants, no problem. And they're kind of right.
Well, there are situations where pants are convenient.
Yeah.
Like I heard about these pants, like these underpants you can get, where they have like this filter, like with like a mint scent. So if you fart, then it just like turns the smell into like this minty fresh thing, and that could be quite convenient.
I haven't heard about that, but it's kind of weird because on the other one, it's like you're in a room, so why is suddenly everything smelling like mint? Something happened, right? Like it doesn't change the thing that happened. It just like changes the smell, right?
Yeah, but isn't that why people mind? I mean, why else would people have a problem with farting if it wasn't the smell? Like, surely nobody minds a bit of a pop here and there. Or do they? Have I got this completely wrong? Sorry, I'm completely bad at this. Now we're talking about farts.
No, so I think
I'm completely sober.
no, so I think there's like two layers to this. Yes, farts smell bad or whatever, right? But at the same time, the thing that is actually sort of like on a societal level going on is that we're talking about a physical thing, like a body thing, and something
Ew,
that's
a body thing.
Hmm?
Sorry, I'm sober.
It's very much about like something that society does is like reduce bodies to something that is normative and does stuff, and farting kind of breaks that mold. So we're thinking about like farting as something bad, even if we wouldn't hear it or wouldn't smell it. The idea of someone doing that is already bad. So adding a smell to that is just like covering it over in the same way that we're, using deodorant to cover over body smell. Which, once again, I understand it. Like, don't get me wrong. It's like I don't want everyone to smell really bad because no one has showered for years and years and years. And I've been to punk festivals. I know what we're talking about. But like, there's like a second layer to that, which is sort of about like making someone a commodity in a way, and that's sort of like where that kind of goes into. I don't know if that makes sense what I'm trying to say here. I don't know, it kind of comes across, but it, what I'm trying to say is that we're trying to make things that are very physical and are very, very much like a body thing. We're trying to sort of like make them unacceptable and try to take them out of that, because we want to make bodies something that we can actually put into boxes, that we can.
See, this is why I don't fit in. Because if somebody farts in front of me, I instantly trust them a lot more.
Yeah. It takes a lot of confidence to do that. And they're like, yeah, they're probably good people because they don't care.
Or maybe they just, didn't pay attention.
Well,
Anyway, I think we should change the subject because I just completely derailed everything. What were we talking about? Mormons. I know nothing about Mormons. Are they like supposed to be like purer and, I don't know, blonder than people who are not Mormons? Like literally, I've seen Mormon porn, but I don't know what they're about. When is the Mormon video going to get here? I mean, I'm not getting impatient or anything. I'm just excited.
The Mormon thing is like I've worked on it. I've re-recorded the intro. I'm gonna work on it. I may, if I'm really focused, it may come out next week. It kind of depends on how much I get done before I fuck off to Athens.
When are you going to Athens? And what are you doing there exactly?
I am going to Athens to be at the Up the Hammers Heavy Metal Festival. By which I mean I'm gonna drink a lot of beer at the corner store across the street from the Gagarin Life Club, and before that I'm gonna drink a lot of beers at the Exarchon Square and be at An Club for some other concerts, and yeah, I'm gonna drink alcohol in Athens is what I'm saying, I guess.
But what's the lineup? What bands are playing?
There's the Lord with Slowfag, which is the shirt I'm wearing right now. And if you don't know the thing that this cover is actually based on, to bring this back to science fiction, it's Hardworlder, which is based on The Stars My Destination by Alfred Bester, which is one of those like really weird and really cool existentialist science fiction novels. And then there's bands like Titan Force and Crimson Glory and Tower from New York, which I highly recommend everyone listen to. Fucking Tower from New York. It's woman singing really cool old school rock voice, kind of hard rock heavy metal kind of thing. There's Mountain Throne from Germany, which really good band. Also may have like 700 of their CDs at my flat for reasons, and stuff. So yeah, it's gonna be cool. It's old school heavy metal, is what I'm saying.
So when you say like it's got like science fiction vibes there, so is that like spaceships and stuff, or is that like high concept things with some philosophy mixed in? Because that's what science fiction should be like. Not like space opera.
With Slow Fag, it's the thing. Like the Lord Slow Fag is named after a character from a 2000 AD comic that Biggest Bad is probably incredibly happy that I even mentioned that. And they have a concept album called Traveler, which is about the tabletop RPG Traveler. They also have songs about philosophy stuff and songs about science fiction stuff. So they have songs about the apology, by which I mean Plato's apology for Socrates, and stuff like that, and then they have songs about traders and gunboats, which is a source book for the Traveller science fiction role playing game, and things like Tiger Tiger, which is about The Stars My Destination by Alfred Bester, which is a 1950s science fiction masterwork thing that may or may not have won a Hugo Award. I don't know. So yeah, they're all over the place, is what I'm saying.
I only vaguely remember Plato's apology for Socrates, but as I remember, Socrates wasn't sorry at all. So, was it an apology? What's the song about?
See, Biggest understands why Slowfag is really cool because he has read all those Slant, whatever, Slonny, whatever, 2000 AD comics. Anyway, a LAN party. How? A LAN party is back when we didn't have the internet and everyone like took their computers to one place and we took cables and connected them and then played Counter-Strike or Half-Life 1. But or some other like really early days shooter or StarCraft, maybe StarCraft. I'm not that much of an Einstürzen person, John. I'm sorry. I'm like when it comes to like the goth stuff, I'm very basic. I'm like, I like Sisters of Mercy. I'm good with like Fleets of the Nephilim. I do really enjoy what's his face? Thinking. The band that made Be My Hiroshima. Grave Pleasures. That's the term I was looking for. Grave Pleasures, which is sort of like a post-punk goth kind of band that is very sort of like rocky Sisters of Mercy kind of stuff. That's something I'm into. Mostly at the moment, I'm either like I'm very much like code switching between like very brutal punk stuff and glam rock for whatever reason. For my pagan gods, Brigus, I'm always with the ones that are, drunk. There's this one pagan god, and gods, I need to remember the name. It's the joke god. So what's his name? So he's a god that became a Roman god. He's from Illyria, which is basically close to Romania nowadays, Romania. And we kind of know that specific pagan god was basically a puppet that someone used to start a cult, and then Romans accepted it as a cult. And I just can't remember the name of it right now, but that's my favorite like pagan god because it's so fucking ridiculously cool and dumb and funny. It's basically if Punch from Punch and Judy became like a Roman god, and yeah, why not?
I don't think I have a favorite when it comes to gods. I think you sometimes wear a hammer, don't you, Rav? Are you wearing a hammer? I've seen you wear a hammer. I've got a hammer. I wear it sometimes.
I don't wear a hammer. I have like an axe, not a hammer.
Oh. Oh, I have a hammer, but I don't. I do wear it sometimes. I've not got it with me right now.
I
'Cause
I, 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 I own I own one of those like Thor's hammer kind of things, um, that a very drunk Polish person gave me in London because he thought I was like a very Aryan person, which is why I'm not wearing that because
you can't just have just the hammer. You need the ravens as well. I have like a pendant with two ravens on it as well, because I think you can't just have the hammer. You can't just have strength, which is what that symbolizes. You need the wisdom as well. So I when I wear them together, because otherwise it just feels all unbalanced.
thing is like obviously I don't believe in any of that stuff, and I'm like, if Polish guy offers me like Thor's hammer as the thing because he thinks I'm like the most Aryan person he's ever met, I'm like, God, we have lots of problems right now because I'm no matter what you think, I'm not that. And so that's kind of why I'm out of that. And like,
But it is a symbol. He was giving you strength to take with you.
yeah, but he was also very clearly talking about my very specific looks and shit and stuff. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
So you were offended, so you took the hammer and threw it at him. And
Almost.
lightning descended from the sky and struck him.
Yeah, I did. No, and with the thing is like with that axe, it's like a double axe, and it also has like a dragon's head on it. So it's like either a dragon or like a double axe. And I know that like the double axe is very much like a lesbian symbol, and obviously, I'm not a lesbian for reasons. But yeah, just something I'm wearing right now. But I like I'm an unbeliever. Pagan gods or just pagan gods to me. It's like some of them are fun, and I get why you might want to be drawn to some of them, but like I'm not gonna get religious about a pagan god and then go like, oh, all those Christians, they're wrong about their specific god, but I believe in Thor, and I'm like, yeah. Also, Thor was cross-dressing before you decided to become like a motherfucking macho, which is true.
You have disrespected the gods.
Hmm?
You have disrespected the gods.
I
No,
disrespect. I disrespect everyone. That's kind of my brand.
no, I think they're just stories, aren't they? Like symbols,
Yes,
personifications of certain spiritual things.
and like especially like when you look at like Norse mythology and you look at a lot of that stuff, and you're like, how can you talk about these stories and not laugh? Like Thor dressing up as a woman because you know of the whole thing, and then and Loki sort of being Thor's bridesmaid, and they go to the giants, and you have that whole thing. It's like, how can you not just like fucking laugh? It's supposed to be funny, right? It's supposed to make fun of like gender and expectations, the whole fucking thing. It's supposed to be funny, and it's like, oh no, Thor is my god, and I'm gonna be like the most Viking motherfucker ever, and I'm gonna always talk in a low voice, and I have like a long bit. Fuck those people. It's stupid. Have fun with it. Throw axes and hammers whenever you feel like it, and don't make it like a gender thing, or don't make it like a god thing. You know what I mean?
Like, don't throw axes and hammers where you could hit someone, because that's irresponsible.
Hmm? Yeah. God, Frost, God, Frost, and agriculture. Yeah. All right. Oh fuck! It's 1 a.m. here. I should probably end this because I have a dentist appointment tomorrow morning. Should probably slow down. Ida, you good?
It is indeed Monday, and we should all go to bed. It's 5 past midnight.
We should do that. So thanks everyone for actually hanging out. That was really cool. And I don't know, do something, fight fascism, and do good things, and all of that stuff.
How, Russ? How do we fight fascism? Am I even pronouncing that right? I don't know. I see things written down. How do we fight it? How? What are we supposed to do? I don't understand. I'm really confused.
Depends on where you are. General strikes. Punching Nazis is always a good start.
How do I recognize them? They don't have Nazi written on their foreheads.
Well, they might be skinheads, and then you can go from there. And punching people that own businesses.
And I've really hurt my hand.
Yeah. No one said it was going to be easy, right?
It's also very confusing. I just want to turn off the internet and pretend that everything's fine. Can I do that? Is that okay? Does that make me a better person?
You can do that.
Thank you.
You might want to read M. John Harrison's "The Sunken Land Begins to Rise Again." It's kind of about that, and how the internet kind of sucks, and about England slowly falling into fascism while it's also taken over by fish people.
Hey, our prime minister just gave like billions of pounds to that guy. What's his name? Zelensky. He met the king and everything. He looked pretty happy, so that's good, right?
I think it's good. Look, I'm not a fan of Keir Starmer, just to put it mildly, but right now, supporting Zelensky is a good thing because.
But Keir Starmer does have bad hair, doesn't he? To grow it out a bit. Put some gel in it.
I'm not the kind of person who's in a position where I can judge other people's hair.
No way, yeah. Right.
All right, Ida, let's end this because I gotta go to sleep, and
good night.
Good night, everyone. I was like, thanks for hanging out. It was so good, and